but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now.
It's time for day 2 of the TFT Global Qualifiers on the road to EWC. I'm Casanova, joined by Hupe-san, and we've got a couple great games ready for us today as we are going to get the teams qualifying into stage 2 of this tournament throughout the day. I know we're kicking things off strong with Team Kuromex versus Maus. And on top of that, there's 100 Thieves playing against Al Qadsiya in the winner side of these brackets. Each of them, winner of those games, going directly to stage 2, Hupe.
Yeah, 100%. And this is a tough day because only 4 teams will advance and 4 teams will be eliminated as of today. And we're seeing a little of what the semifinals have brought us. So today we're starting off with Team Kuromex against Maus, as you just mentioned. So this is the classic, the Americas versus EMEA. We have a lot of fans on Team Maus, big streamers, big names from EMEA. And of course, Team Kuromex, probably the 3rd or 4th best team in Americas that has demonstrated so much. And we're an option here trying to prove wrong Team Liquid that was the ones who selected the Brazilian representative. And this is Group B, Cas.
Yeah, and in Group B, 100 Thieves versus Al Qadsiya in the semifinals, trying to push towards that qualification. Just one more win to get to that stage 2. But if you lose, you'll have to take on the winner of Zeta Division and Ninjas in Pajamas to try and earn that spot. So this is going to be a very challenging group. Al Qadsiya has been, I think, to me, one of the most impressive teams because you look at them on paper and initially it doesn't feel like they'd be a team to beat. And yet they have been very dominant in the 4v4 mode. And it's just been so unique to watch Volta lead this team of French players that have been kind of left off of players' lists when it comes to the best players in France, and yet still be so strong. They've got their work cut out for them, though, of course. 100 Thieves, this is maybe a favorite from the Americas that happened to slip down into the last chance qualifier. Maybe a team that the expectation was that they would have qualified straight away through the Americas qualifier, and yet they did not. And they're here, chip on their shoulder, and they have proven to be a tough beast to deal with.
Yeah, 100%. 100 Thief, probably the best one player per player based because of pure muscle and the performance that each player separately has. And as you say, Al Qadsiya maybe the best in 4v4. Actually, ramping up roles. First, Espat was the one taking the leadership yesterday, but before was actually Ravenham. So, and Volta has always been the rock, like the unifier of this team. So both of these matches will be in parallel, and our featured match, as we said in the beginning, will be Team Kuromex against Maus. And this is a hype game, Cass. Actually, I think both of them has huge fan representatives in the region. And once again, this is a upper bracket, so even if they lose, they still have a second chance to make it until tomorrow on stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, Maus, this is another team where I look at the list of players. I'm like, how did they not make it through the initial EMEA qualifier, right? You're looking at some of the best players from Germany. This is Wet Jungler, Salvi, Losher, Sologasong. I mean, these are some incredibly strong TFT players. We're talking, pound for pound. They might start to stack up towards 100 Thieves when it comes to players in the tournament, right? And so this is a team that we expect big things from, and they're going up against Team Kuromex, who has shown time and time again that they have some really phenomenal team play, right? And this has kind of been a set of revival for some of these players. They haven't had the best overall sets over the past few, but historically they've been some top players from the Americas. And in this set, Grea popping off, winning one of the cups. They've all had some really great placements across the cups. So seeing, Grea, Pokigam, T-Lights, Kurum come back strong and have a good showing, trying to push for EWC. This is a team that is a force to be reckoned with, taking out APG yesterday, maybe considering that an upset against some of the stronger CN players. So definitely excited to see Maus versus Team Kurum here. And we are going to see immediately this encounter 2-star units potentially appearing in the shop. So we'll see if that can actually affect maybe some of the rerolls coming online a lot quicker than we would usually see them.
Yeah, 100%. That will be the options. Of course, some tempo play also. If someone wants to play the marksman, could be an option. But as you said, the most important is trying to get that reroll possibility as soon as possible and get an angle of maybe getting something very quickly, 3-star, and then just play tempo from now on. We have seen Morganas and Poppies. Normally, you need both Morgana and Poppy, where we have seen sometimes you only get the Poppy and then you just go fast 8 and just try to get a good 4th, and that's enough to help the team.
Yeah, and also, I mean, the Gorilla reroll, the techies coming through as well. We've seen some solid plays from Shaco. That one comes up in more niche circumstances, but it does feel like when players kind of commit to that line, we've actually been seeing it do very well, especially because it just shows up so rarely. I feel like the conditions to find it, and it ends up just being a much stronger composition when it is picked up from these players. So we'll see which players end up being stuck on Morgana duty. We're also looking for the Cypher holds. Look at Salvi here. He's got the LeBlanc alongside the Vi. There's a LeBlanc in the shop here for Greya as well, so we could look to see if he ends up holding that.
Yeah, and for Salvi, this is comfortable zone. Since the start of TFT, he has always liked the cash out possibilities, Fortune, Mercenaries, and now the Cypher. And he has the exact sense. He knows the tables. He knows exactly how much to cash out and what are the outs of the cash out. So this is comfortable zone. If he managed to find a Draven or a Galio early, this could be a great angle right here, right now for Mouse.
Yeah, cool little tech from Wet Jungler, if you aren't aware. Nidalee can solo the round on 1-4, so able to make 10 gold here by having her do just that. We see a hostile takeover, ends up getting past Cooking Pot. Frying Pans, I mean, it's been the story of this tournament, Hoope. Whoever gets more pans just wins the game. And Wet Jungler having the option to just take that. I know Raining Gold is also just a very popular pickup. But I do love seeing the Frying Pan grabbed. Usually that's just going to lead towards Rapid Fire as the carry. But we could see Bastion instead. I do feel like with no early Morganas or Poppies, I expect Wet Jungler to be like full loss streak, try and find potentially Cypher, get that in, and then go from there towards Rapid Fire and try and win out.
Okay, so go for Salvi. We saw Greya also with Pandoras, and we have there a Prowler's Crow. With possibilities of staying in this Shaco. Trying to play tempo here for Kurumex with the Spoil of Words. Not slamming items, so I'm not sure about this. Normally you can delay a little the Spoil of Words, but you actually need to get value as soon as possible.
Yeah, not slamming after seeing the combat here, but also I look at the items and it seems a little tough to slam.
Yeah.
Could just go Shiv, but because you need those tiers, since it looks like he wants to play Morgana, it could be tough. Or actually, no, he just wants to play Temple Morgana, right? He was already level 4. So it's likely he's not the reroll.
Okay, so some Morgana tempo just to have an example. Lusher trying to get perfect items. He's the one playing Morgana for Mouse. And to trick here, also for Solo Hesan, just trying to play a little tempo here. Already has the Shyvana 2 and the Jhin, thanks to them. And Noxar no Pivo, this is also 100% Morgana. So we have the Americans players also with the Griffin angle, and already with 5 Morganas. Good here.
Yeah, they have 5 Morganas here, and they have 5 Shakos on Pokegum's board with the Prowlers. So definitely working together on those 1-cost rerolls, trying to thin the pool for each other and get those compositions online. And it does provide the context for Kurumex's board, where he does have that Morgana carry. He has like the initial starts of what could have been a reroll Morgana, but he's not going to go that line because T-Lights has the no scout, no pivot spot. Instead, he gets to play tempo. And so I do think Kurum may slam Static Shiv, potentially. Could slam any number of things because he doesn't need to hold on to the tier specifically to be a blue buff.
Yeah, makes sense. We're seeing here the Prowler's Crow and the possibilities here of playing this Shaco. I'm trying to think other options here. He already has 4 Shakos, but he doesn't have additional Slayers or something to accompany. So it will just be a full Shaco tempo, and then just try to find maybe a +1 of Slayer that actually helps you cap out the board in a very easier way. So that would be the angle here for Pokegum.
This is a tough break for Team Kurumex to have Pocky face off against Kurum. They really want to keep the win streak for Kurum with the spoils, but also you really need the Shaco to just keep stacking. You need that momentum. Any fight that Shaco loses doesn't get the kills. It actually can compound and make you lose fights going on later because you don't have the extra stacks. But at least it looks like he was able to pick up a good amount of takedowns there, and then Kurum still winning, getting all the kills with the spoils of war. So maybe best case for Team Kurumex.
Yeah, makes sense. Kurumex still in the lead, and Solo Hesan the other one. There's a Draven and there's a Galio, so great possibilities here to try to go for that for Salvi to try to get the possibilities, and he gets the Galio, so he can start Cypher here on 2-5 and very good angle. A huge cash out could get even into the 300 threshold.
Yeah, very, very good carousel control for Mouse having that first pick. They get both the Cypher units. And then also, you know, we've seen Cypher lead into Amp very frequently in this tournament. So Galio with a tier, I feel like is a pretty insane drop for Salvi to find.
Yeah, makes total sense. Lusher, as we know, will be the one contesting Morgana here. And Salvi just trying to play temp, obviously trying to do the economy here. Already 3 lose streak. Doesn't want to face off against... well, I think he can even lose against Lusher here. No, he decides to win it all. Okay, there it is. He just wants to put it right now and just make sure that Lusher is stronger than him. So if he goes against Lusher, Lusher will lose the lose streak. But the important thing right now is for Salvi to maintain this important angle, and the win out possibility, as you said, should be Amp. Already has 1 tier, only needs 1 more to at least have a good angle. And of course, trying to make that Annie, that is the most important unit, at least to get the structure, the base of the comp.
Yeah, it's pretty great for Amp also just being reigning gold. So Salvia is also just very rich. You need a lot of money to get that comp online. You also want to hit 8 first and be rolling before anyone on Team Kurum X is going towards that comp. I'm not sure who would. It potentially would be Kurum himself playing tempo into an Amp line later on. We saw a lot of success from 100 Thieves doing that, using their winning player to contest into Amp. Who's playing from tempo instead of being a lose streak player going in that direction. And it works really well because they're able to roll with win streak gold with the tempo there to actually hit the Amp either before or at the same time as the lost streaker from the enemy team. And because they're contesting and they have more life to work with, they end up sending that bottom player 8th a lot. So I'd be interested to see if Kurum kind of goes in that direction as well, since he did kind of have an AP item drop to start the game. But he didn't slam the last time we had seen him. So we'll see what direction he goes.
Yeah, we're seeing now Solo Hesan. He's the leader here in HP and will maintain the win streak. Slamming a Winsus, already having the pulse here on the Jin. He can play some different things. He can play even the Seri Misfortune with the pulse. Is totally amazing for him. And this is a very win-out possibilities for Solo Hesan. Maybe not the normal top 1 comp, but he managed to play tempo. He managed to play full combat augments from now on and punish the rest of the lobby. This is a good angle even for a 2nd place for him, and obviously to get an upper possibility here for Mouse.
All right, now we're seeing what Kurum ended up slamming with those items that he had. He went with adaptive plus the bow, trying to stay even more flexible.
Yeah.
Still able to play 80 lines, but can use the adaptive as a mana generation item in a pinch if he ends up wanting to play Amp or some kind of other AP line later on. So Kurum just trying to make sure that he can contest into any line that he wants to later on. He did lose the last 2 fights, I don't think by a large margin. However, that does hurt a little bit on the Spoils of War. Not able to maintain the streak, and Solo is the one, as you were mentioning, that is able to hold on to that streak all the way to neutrals.
Yeah, Solo looking strong. Also, we saw the Corrupted in the other place, so good possibilities also for mid-range tempo. And Solo Hesan just wanted to play here the possibilities. He's holding out to the Vanguards. Telades finds the Morgana 3, so great possibilities here to try to grief. Also, Lusher in the other angle, and Pocky with Shaco 3, so huge right now.
Yeah, I mean, Team Kurum hitting hard, hitting fast here with their 1-cost rerolls. We talked about how potentially this encounter can speed up the process. Not sure if it played a factor for either of these players, but the fact is that's Morgana 3 and Shaco 3 on 3-1. So the 1-cost rerollers are going to have a lot higher tempo, be able to level up a lot quicker. And when you're able to find your carry, your 1-cost this early, it just increases your ability to cap out higher and win out with a 1-cost reroll.
Ooh, and the slam here of Protector's Vow, giving us an idea of what Solo Hesan wants to play. We already knew he was trying to go for that Seri Misfortune, and now with the Protector's Vow, obviously he wants to play it into the Sejuani, so we know the line that Solo wants to maintain here.
We've got our 2nd augment selection. It looks like holding on to Salvage Bin as a consideration. That would open up the ability to flex into more different lines, but ends up just going for Magic Roll and committing towards playing that Sejuani. Jax found for Lusher. Still no Poppy or Morgana for him, though.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Finding the least important unit here. Some tempo here for Kurums, just using slamming and trying to get full value of spoils of war, cybernetic bulk, full time here. And this is our item from Grea to play amp also.
Yeah,
so
does
Grea
look
will
like,
be our amp player for Team Kurums.
looks like he'll be the one contesting. Elides does not have Morgana items in yet. He does have one tier on the bench, so looking to find one more. But he's only one Poppy away and has the Morgana 3 ramping up with the no scout, no pivot. So I think if I'm T-Lides, I'm pretty happy with the spot overall. You're short one tier, but other than that, things are looking up for sure. And you're still healthy. Decent amount of gold. He did roll pretty deep actually, trying to get there before Losher. Yeah.
Maybe trying to find in the natural Poppy, not needing to roll here, but I mean Poppy has items, so he could think about rolling here and trying to get a grabs. Inspiring Epitaph, also a little defense here. Salvi with replication, probably going for that tier. Yeah, he has 4 tiers, so that was the option for him.
So definitely amp. We already thought it was amp, but yeah, that pretty much locks us in.
Yeah, I mean, with replication, you either go tier or belt. Obviously, tier is the priority. And this is a amazing amp angle here. And let's try to see what he gets. Obviously, with the amp line, as you said, Cass, you can get anything additional of resources. You get gold is good. You need to roll so much trying to get those legendary units. Items are amazing also because you have so many units that you can itemize. So this is the perfect angle for Salvi. Let's see if he gets healthy enough and manage to hit on level 8 and stabilize the board before he dies. That's the danger of amp. It's a win outcome, so you can go 8th or you can go 1st or 2nd.
Yeah, we can bounce around the lobby, but once we get to neutrals on Wolves, we should make sure we get to Salvi just before, make sure we catch his cash out, and then just we can stick with him for his roll down, I think, because that's going to be the story of the lobby once again. Very much it is kind of that Cypher amp player. Can they stabilize on a very strong board to look for a win out, or do they get kind of locked in jail? And part of that is going to be, what does Grea hit and when does Grea get to roll down? Because it did feel like he was the one that was going to be going for that amp angle.
Yeah, he had the items also with the Pandoras, trying to find perfect items first for the Annie and then obviously for the sack or additional possibilities here. Normally the Neku is not the priority, but obviously whatever you can find in defense is also pretty good. 239, so 300 is a big possibility here for Salvi, unless someone from GRG is capable of griefing them, and I don't think they have the angle to do it. They want to preserve HP also. And now Kurums trying to maintain the tempo, level 7 for him, and Poki is the one maintaining the tempo here with a win streak and 97 HP.
Yeah, I mean, that's big for the Shaco, right? That's when we've been able to see those win outs, is when you're able to streak for so long with that unit. We saw T-Lights pick up the Poppy 3, so that's also going to be massive. You see Grea is now level 6, 50 gold, but no econ augment for Grea. And we did see he was just level 5, just hitting level 6. So I think he's a little behind the curve when it comes to economy. And so Salvi is going to be able to roll down for the amp units well before Grea gets to.
Yeah, Salvi already 50 gold, level 7, 1 level away here for Grea. And Grea has to play also amp. He cannot stay on this Elise. Very difficult for him to ramp up. And we're seeing T-Lights already with the Poppy 3. So pretty strong and with a perfect position to start penalizing the lobby here. Okay, 304. Should get to 330 for sure. And this will be a huge catch on in the next round for Salvi.
Yeah, this is big. I see T-Lides had finally slammed the blue buff and he has a Morellos available. And I know that's not the best item for Morgana, but I'm curious if there will be a point where T-Lides actually just wants to start slamming to become a hammer, start trying to deal more damage to Mouse. I think he can wait until after Wolves to see if he can get that Gunblade, get one sword. And then from there, actually has to reevaluate. So we'll see. He's going up against Solo Gasong, who has fallen off a little bit, did end up losing some fights. And I do think that now that T-Lides, he's had this no scout, no pivot in this entire time. He's been able to hit the 3 stars, and blue buff is kind of enough that it's looking like T-Lides is actually able to pick up some of these wins. No, Poppy does not get that last buckler out. T-Lides does lose that one, so he is still losing quite a bit of HP, but Salvi now going to get that cash out, and we're going to see how this roll down goes. Wow, that is pretty nice, actually.
Yeah, he will have to reforge the cape. He already has possibility
has red
here
buff.
to
Yeah.
break. So will he manage to reforge the locket? That's the any ready locket? Maybe not. It's a decent item right here. Will be very interesting to see what he managed to do. He has 4 reforgers, Cass, so he has a huge possibility here to try to fix his items. Okay, double, triple blue buff right now. So we need to use reforge once again.
Gets the static shift. That's actually a pretty nice pickup.
Yeah. Total sense. Could be a visual bug, the other blue buff, or maybe he will try to
look, his
reforge again.
Items look really good. The game really wants Salvi to buy Sejuani2. It's offered him Sejuani2 twice now.
Ooh, there's this sack, the early sack with so much to roll. And yeah, these
early.
are 2 blue buff. So he has
It's an
one
Annie.
for the Yumi and then one for the Annie. So this is perfect for him.
Offers him a Z2, but he finds the Annie pair. I mean, honestly, this rolldown's already a success. Oh my gosh, Annie 2, this is big.
Wow.
Salvi is going to be in a position to win out, absolutely. Innervating Zach, I feel like that sounds pretty reasonable to play. For now, it's just going to go on the Nico.
One for Nico here, trying to get additional items here for the Yumi. Yumi's so strong, even though obviously you want to have the items on the Annie for the T-Verse. Yumi is the one who actually is capable of doing so much damage into the front line single target and getting you this amazing win. So huge win here for Salvi, and Poki loses the win streak. So now it's a new game for everyone. Everyone's starting rolling down for 1, and we should see what happened to Losher also, or to the other AMP player that should be Grea, and have a possibility here to see what he managed to accomplish.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't have a ton of hope for Gray and Bulky Buddies pick up for Salvi, so a really, really strong combat augment. One of the best prismatics, I think.
Chemtech
Overdrive.
Overdrive, huge damage here, but he will have to grief his positioning a little. And this is what happens when you see a black market. Some huge possibilities here. Losher finally finding the Morgana. Gold to Chaos. I think it gave him maybe a little gold or rose. I don't see anything additional.
Pretty good Morgana items there for Losher. The Archangel's not usually best in slot, but I think it's completely serviceable when you've got the other two.
Binary here.
That's great for Grea.
And actually, he's playing the Dynamo, so he's going to stay in the Elise. He's not going for the Amp. This is huge possibilities for Salvi. He will not be griefed, so easier for him to get the Samira and the additional units he needs.
Yeah, and I think part of that is just the fact that Grea is behind on economy and recognizing that Salvi's already hit. I mean, you really can't grief him, and in fact, it's going to be tough for you to enter the line at this point. So Salvi in a really, really strong position. If you look at Pocky's board, he had just removed everything, so it looks like he was trying to sacrifice for a teammate in the last fight. It hurts to sacrifice, though, when you are playing Shaco, because you do need to keep stacking. There's no point in the game where you're really allowed to let off the gas if you want to potentially be a win out for your team.
Yeah, I think he knows he cannot be the win-out player without something additional, so he's just like going for the 4th place, just taking the 4th and trying to help the team right now. But yeah, once again, this Shaco 38 kill, 57 AD. Decides not to put the items once again, so double helping the team double here with full HP preservation and trying to get...
I feel like he could have put some amount of items in, though. This is a huge loss, and just no... There was like 1 takedown, 1 kill for Shaco. I don't know that full opening, no items there is the best, but maybe worried about the number of removers and how many rounds that he's going to have to sack.
Yeah. Something interesting here, of course, for him could be a possibility the set to try to go for secondary carry. Garen early here for Salvi. Now pair of Garen. Remember, he didn't find the Samira, but he has a Garen and a Zac, so he should be planning to go to double 9, trying to find the Samira at 9 and get a full cap board together with Garen, full mods, getting the Zac big with the blobs, and obviously the Samira for the 5 amp. This is the full Exodia of the amp comp.
It's taking stock of the HP. Team Kuromex still having a good life lead, but Solo Gasong having a lot to tank for the team at 81 life. And we know that Salvi should not be losing rounds anytime soon. getting to rebuild his economy with the reigning gold as well.
Yeah. Wet Jungler, we should see him just to see the pot angle that he had. Maybe going for that rapid fire. Let's see if we can manage to see what is it angle. Yeah, Wet Jungler, we can go for him directly just to have an idea. And yeah, there it is. 6 rapid fire, already finding the Renekton. So huge here. Also items for the Seri, the IE so far. Sejuani won, not pair of Sejuani, so lacking a little in the front line angle and possibilities. But I mean, this Renekton, we know the huge cap out that he's managed to do. So taking a huge win here against T-Lights.
It's actually the kind of the perfect comp for Chemtech Overdrive is this 6 rapid fire, because you can play both the Zeri and the Renekton in those spots, and it really doesn't hurt your positioning that significantly. It's not ideal. You like to kind of put the backline Renekton, let him step up and just utilize the range from the rapid fire, but it's not horrible, and it makes great use of it. The Zeri will reposition to safety. Renekton is going to be pretty durable and be able to heal up with that Hextech Gunblade. So I really like this. I've almost forgot about the pan that Wet Jungler had gotten to start with. So not only do they have Salvi with the amp as a potential win out, but this has always been a problem for Kurimex to have to deal with, is going to be this rapid fire Renekton.
Yeah, and this is very difficult for CRG. 2 players with great possibilities of going for win out. This is a 1-2 possibilities for Mouse. So EMEA in a dominant position here. And these are the 2 strongers of the lobby in theory, and the win goes once again for Wet Jungler, taking a huge chunk of HP against Salvi, and Salvi should be the win out player for Mouse. No, once again, it's the same team here, Cass. So someone has to win. So actually,
this is
both of them pretty strong.
helpful for Team Kurimex, right? Because now Salvi's on 1 life.
Wow.
So if Team Kurimex does have someone strong enough that they can take out Salvi, then maybe they can actually win this, because very likely Wet Jungler is getting first. So being able to potentially send Salvi 8th here is massive, and I'm curious if anyone from Team Kurimex is actually strong enough to beat that amp board yet, as Greya does end up going into the amp line. He's fortunate enough to find an Annie too. He's got a decent front line, but it is just the Nico one, and he is still missing out on those legendaries. But there's Samira showing up just in time.
Finding the Samira so huge, and this is so important because he's griefing the Samira from Salvi, and Salvi is the one they want to try to send 8th place. Goes to level 9, so Salvi will try to roll for this Samira. He only needs 1 Samira to be stable, and of course get the additional blobs for the sack.
Yeah, and Binary for Greya is also going to allow him to itemize his carries as well. Salvi gets to itemize everything because he had so many extra items from the Cypher cash out, but Greya kind of gets to catch up with Binary. I'm curious if it'll ever be enough, though. Going up against Losher, we kind of get an idea of how strong Greya is. This is dealing with a pretty solid Poppy board, just as kind of a litmus test to be like, okay, can you beat the Poppy Morgana? If so, maybe this has a chance to actually do a lot in this game, but I still don't know about beating Salvi.
Yeah, Salvi in a huge, difficult position here. Greya trying to go up against Losher. Losher pretty strong with the Poppy and the Morgana. Access to backline. So it will be a win for Losher here, unless Tivers has something to say about this. Yeah, there's close to Tivers. Access to backline.
Ooh, very close. That is a massive win for Greya.
Yeah, and Salvi taking the win also. So Losher is now the one in a difficult position, but everyone is pretty strong right now. I want to see Salvi just to see if he managed to get the Samira here or something additional. No Samira. Garen 2 as a possibility. He can sell both Garen and get the Garen 2. And only 16 Blobbets. So this is what happens when you go to level 9. You don't have enough Blobbets. Even though you have the early sack, you're not getting the full value out of it.
Yeah, it's possible Salvi can go down. He's very strong, but the front line's still unupgraded. The Garen 2 going to help. But he's just 4 amp 4 strategist. He doesn't even have Street Demon in, right? He's just playing this LeBlanc to try and make sure that he's got it. And the Garen augment is a Street Demon one that he picked up, the mod, for an inactive trait. Not able to find the Samira. Going up against Kurum, trying to take him down with his Dynamo. The MF trying to do a lot here. The Zac, though, gonna split, be able to tank up so much. One more cast from the Elise. Can he take it down? The Timbers comes up. Elise 1v1 versus Timbers, but Salvi should live even if he loses this fight. He's gonna live on 2 HP. Losher goes down to 3, so Salvi gets to have even an extra life to get away with there. However, this is exactly what Team Kuromex needs. They're not gonna beat Wet Jungler, but can they send Losher Salvi 7-8?
Yeah, with Longer with this rapid fire just too strong, going to level 9 full gold. So he will go to level 9, try to find obviously a Renekton 2, and will be so huge. Solo Hesan, obviously with a comp that will not be strong in the late game, but he's just preserving so much speed that he will be top 4. So already 1 and 4 confirmed maybe for Mouse. They just need to avoid Salvi and Lutcher to go hand in hand 7 and 8.
Yeah, and there we go. Solgasong gets to sack for Salvi here. Moves Zaya to the front line, so they're going to buy a little bit more space. Right now, though, it's T-Lads and Greya at the bottom of the tables for Team Kuromex, and those are the players they have to try and target down.
Yeah, we can go to Losher, yes. Just to make sure.
Losher had to fight Wet Jungler. It looks like Wet Jungler did sack, but
nice.
It was enough. Both of them able to sacrifice for the bottom 2 players, and Pokygom and Kurum take losses to potentially be at 1 life apiece.
Okay, so they helped the team in the moment that they had to. Now the rotation will be against an enemy almost for sure. So now they need to win, and it's on their hands.
Samira for Salvi, that's going to turn on the mod that was Street Demon. It's going to get Street Demon in. It's going to give 5 amp.
Nice.
It's a huge pickup. They still had full carousel control here, so not able to deny it for Team Kuromex.
Losher playing the Morgana. Also trying to maintain himself alive. Morgana in this stage of the game we know starts to be very weak, and I don't see an angle where he can win against the rest of the lobby. Many good positioning will be important here. Cass trying to get the Sejuani, both the Sejuani and the Poppy in the side of the carry, and try to get an additional access to backline will be huge. And this is Salvi already with the full Exodia comp, pair of Samiras, good Samira, good Yumi. Not the best items for the Annie, but I mean, this comp is very functional.
He might fight Losher, and that would be a way that they're guaranteed the 8th place. They are in the same pool. Instead, it's T-Lights. T-Lights has to slam his items back down. Poppy, I don't think is immediately going to be hitting the perfect targets. Maybe that throws at Annie. I think Buckler at Annie would be huge, and it is. It is Buckler at Annie. That might be a way for this fight to be won. One more. Does it take her down? It doesn't.
Nope.
It's going to have to be a 3rd Buckler, and I think that's just way too much time. The damage is far too much. Greya down to 1 life. Does Losher live?
Okay, Losher going up, access to backline, and Losher wins.
Solo. Now Kurum and Greya both on 1 life as well. Mouse has been able to sacrifice so well for their bottom 2 players. And now we're in a position where they may not go 7-8, and they're almost guaranteed 1st place with Wet Jungler.
Okay, finding here the Viego 2. Nothing to sell. Maybe he can drop strategies here, trying to drop the LeBlanc. But this is tough for Greya. He has a LeBlanc, and he could find so many legendaries here to help. He decides just to go for the Viego 2 here. So Greya not in the best position. He didn't hide. He only find the Samira. He didn't find any premium 5 cost. And now Salvi.
It's Salvi versus Losher. Salvi versus Losher. One of them has to go down. So let's see. Wow. Greya as well. Who's Greya fighting? Greya against Kurum.
Wow.
7 and 8 are each going to be from one of the teams. It's just who can take the better loss. Looks like, unfortunately, Kurum is taking a massive loss.
And Salvi should win here, and Losher falls, and I think it should be for less.
Yeah, for Kurum. Yeah. Kurum goes 8th, Losher 7th, and with the fact that Wet Jungler probably wins out, though he did just take a loss down to 7 HP, so he's on 1 life as well. Who did Wet Jungler lose to? Did he sacrifice for someone?
Can we check? Can we check Wet Jungler just to see who he fight against the last round? Against Solo.
Solo Kasong. Maybe he sacked for Solo? Trying to hold on to some more HP?
Okay. Maybe knowing that he can win against anyone, and Solo has a comp that doesn't ramp out in the end. Just making sure both of them at least 1-3 could be an option here.
Yeah, I think it's good, because I actually just don't think anyone can beat Wet Jungler. So maybe that is just a strong way to make sure Solo gets into that top 4, just guaranteed.
Okay, rolling down here, 70 kills, 105 AD for this shake of our Pokegoms. but he doesn't have an additional carry here, Cass. Only the set, and we know this is not enough. Finding the Slayer, doesn't have a Garen to try to spread the modifiers onto the rest. So I think the gas, this is out of gas also for Pokemon.
It would have to be just miracle positioning
Yeah.
to make something happen. I just don't know that it's possible going up against Salvi.
Yeah, too.
I don't think Shaco is getting to any of the backliners right away. We see Zed even just kind of stuck on this Nidalee, bouncing back and forth between the front line. There's the Shaco.
Shaco
Doesn't even get a reset. Pocky's down. Wet Jungler facing off against T-Lights. T-Lights is winning. T-Lights is winning. Wet Jungler's down. The
Jungler's down
Morgana.
and Grea loses. If Grea loses, it's over. Yeah.
That's it. That's
for
it.
Mouse.
Mouse picked this up because Grea Pocky go into the bottom 4. And this maybe was winnable if they were able to live. T-Lights taking out the biggest threat for win out, which was Wet Jungler, but Mouse still able to get 3 players into the top 4. Was Solo stronger than Wet Jungler? Were we wrong? Was that not even a sack? Like, I wonder if T-Lights can beat Solo as well.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, full combat here, pretty strong. And now let's just enjoy the final fight. The final fights here. As we already said, Mouse taking the win. Already 3 players of CRG in the bottom. So this is a great gameplay. I mean, they fully deserve it here, Cass. They play perfectly. They balance the HP to manage and get Kurums in 8th place. They have a huge possibility here to go 8th with either Lusher or Salvi. And they managed to preserve and use this ramping up of HP. Huge hero play, rock play here from Solo Hesang. And I mean, perfect 4v4 for Mouse.
All right, this no scout, no pivot board is just going crazy. It's just strong. I really thought that Wet Jungler was just going to be too strong with the rapid fires, but full no scout, no pivot, fully ramped up Morgana on this patch is still just too good. T-Lights actually would have been able to grab this first away, and that truly does just show the mastery that Mouse played in this game. You brought up just the team play, cycling the HP, trying to keep Losher and Salvi alive for so long, and because of those clutch sacrifices from Wet Jungler and Solo, they're able to send 3 players from Kurum into the bottom 4, locking up this game. This was just a 4v4 outplay, because at the end of the day, T-Lights actually was going to be able to potentially grab this first. Maybe not against Salvi. Salvi might have outscaled as well, but I think Salvi might have actually gone down if it weren't for those sacrifices being able to make it happen.
Yeah, T-Lights even losing to the goals of Salvi here. And that's the win for Mouse. As you said, masterclass 4v4. And happy to see this cast. I mean, the level of play, just being attent and making it look easy. It's like, okay, we know it's this, we have to do this. And this is not normal. 4v4 is rather new, only 1 year since the format is being announced. And we already seen like this perfect play and this consistency in place. So great win for Mouse. Yeah. And remember, this is winner bracket. If the one who wins already qualifies for tomorrow, the one who loses will play once again today in the 3rd match that we will have.
I think this game was one of the closest we've actually watched across the entire qualifiers. The score does not show it because of the fact that we had 3 members from Team Kurum go in the bottom 4, but this was on a razor's edge. Those sacrifices were extremely clutch. This was a beautiful match to watch, and honestly, this series is just stacking up to be an incredible one. So I want to get into the next game as soon as possible. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll have game 2 of Mouse versus Team Kurum. Don't go anywhere. welcome back to day 2 of the TFT Global Qualifiers on the road to EWC. I'm Casanova, joined by Hupe-san, and we just got to see the first game of Mouse versus Team KurumX, and it was a nail-biter, even though the score differential at the end was not so close. So I can't wait to see if Team KurumX can actually bounce back, because the mastery of team play showcased from Mouse in that first game was insane to witness.
Yeah, it was easier game for Mouse. I think in terms of the overall strategy they had 2 win-out players. They had Solo Hesan, who wasn't a win-out player, winning so much tempo, and Kurum was the one who was supposed to play that tempo with Voice of Words. He ended up playing Dynamo, so it wasn't enough to ramp up. And then they didn't have a win-out player. Grea just played Dynamo and then tried to pivot into Amp. So they played the hard path because the game actually didn't give them the premium possibilities that you want cast. So I think they will try to go for something more simple, try to not innovate so much. But I mean, if the game gives you potatoes, you have to make an omelette. I don't believe the omelettes made with potatoes sometimes, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, absolutely. I get it. And I think that kind of goes to the point where T-Lides ends up being their win-out player with the no scout, no pivot Morgana. And when your eggs are in that basket, it's not going to make very many great omelets. You know, it's going to be tough for them to actually get things together. And I think they had the chance to kind of win because of the HP they had as a lead. But because Mouse was able to play so well around trading Solo Gasong and Wet Jungler's HP for Losher and Salvi in that game, they were able to kind of turn it around where there was this opportunity for Team KurumX to grab all of the middle placements and also second place and kind of send that 7-8. And that was kind of their win condition. And they weren't able to make it happen in the end because Salvi was able to escape jail and get the board together to win out.
Yeah, 100%. No one played the Bruiser Techie that we know is priority, so maybe we can find a player trying to go for a top 4 on that. And once again, getting the angle, trying to get the Cypher early like Salvi did in the previous game. So important to get that win out possibilities and also try to manage or control a little the carousel. So important carousel control, especially in the beginning, and trying to get that possibility of getting ideal itemization, the tier. So important for the amp board and for many of the meta we have right now. So T-Lights, CRG, once again, 0-1. So Mouse, if they manage to take a win here, they're already qualified for tomorrow for stage 2 of the Global Qualifier. And if Team Greg wins, we have a game 3.
Looking at these openings for now, not seeing immediately too much Cypher yet. So 1-4, we'll see if any of those orbs get dropped. Just a couple of eyes picked up across the boards. Kurum, it looks like early looking at Morgana, but no tears. Itemization not looking good for a Morgana start. However, you know, you can always just lost streak find the tears from there. Taki looking at potentially the Gorilla. Play some techies. There's a Seraphine in the shop as well, and a 4th Alistar. Plus the itemization looks pretty good to play into that composition.
He didn't. He has time. Probably he will get the Seraphine, yeah?
I assume so, yeah.
Just to get the angle. Holding onto the Veigar also as a possibility here. Grea holding up into Bastion. Already Poppy 2. Getting a Morgana has a tier. So this could be our Morgana player.
Yeah, I like this spot a bit better than Kurum's from what we saw, even though Kurum had some of the units. Just the itemization looks better on Grea's board. Not worth the wait as an option. This is always a possibility. You can really high roll into some great spots off worth the wait, but also just in general, getting that 4-star later on can be quite good.
Yeah,
it's good tempo early as well.
Yeah. Receiving a lot of tempo here, trying to play Slayer. Should be good if he maintains in the Shaco preparation. Okay, so preparation Morgana. 5 Gorillas here with worth the wait.
Ooh.
Another preparation. I think it was the same. Yeah. Okay, a pot. We have a pot here, Cass.
Ooh, once again on Mouse is Salvi. Angle for win out, playing around the rapid fire.
Tempo for Pocky with the crown.
It looked like, was it Pocky that was potentially going for the Gorilla, but now this is worth the wait Mundo. So that could potentially steal the spot, or you can play Shaco reroll with the worth the wait Mundo as well.
Yeah,
even just play around Street Demon later, though I do think that's probably a little bit worse.
Yeah, normally the Mundo is not a priority, but if you're getting it for free, of course, you take it. Okay, for the Portal Force, we have Sniper Focus playing into AD. This could just be a standard marksman Vanguard angle and just trying to get additional damage with the Sniper Focus.
Mana Zane for Solo Gasong.
Mana
Be good for potential amp board later if that's just what he wants to go for.
No tier, but yeah, should be amp. Normally you could play the Veigar, but we know it's like tier B at most. That's better with the Mana Zane. And of course, one Mana Zane, we can see it as a replacement for 2 tiers. So this could be the option. He decides to full open and just go for that angle. We see the rapid fire here. So Salvi already committing to the rapid fire, going for the 6 rapid fire Renekton that we know is a win outcome.
Yeah. On the other side, we have another artifact for Losher. It's going to be the Sniper's Focus. Looking probably just to play around the Vanguard Marksman with the slams we're seeing here.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense. I mean, good angles. Still trying to find which will be the win-out player for Team Kurums. We know already Salvi with the 6 rapid fire Renekton has a good possibilities, and Solo Hesan is open trying to play amp. So we have 2 possible win-out players already for Mouse, and so far Team Kurums only presenting one Morgana and presenting Tempo as a possibility. They need a win-out player. This is the same thing that happened in the last round cast, and they need someone that consistently, or at least with a good plan, is able of having a good option, a good probability of achieving a first place.
Yeah, it does feel like Mouse's spots in the past 2 games have just been a bit better, a bit more conducive towards how 4v4 wants to be played, right? On the other side, it looks like, is this this is not T-Lights also has Cooking Pot into Rapid Fire?
Okay.
There are 2 rapid fire emblems. I guess we saw T-Lide's rapid fire and we thought
it was Salvi. Okay, we'll check. Okay.
So Salvi might be a different. Well, I still expect it to be rapid fire. They're just contested, but that's T-Lide's with the rapid fire slam already. So the win out for Team Chromax will be T-Lide's going in that same direction.
Yeah, Tila's 100% with the rapid fire +1, holding it into the buy so far. Pretty good in the early game. A lot of damage here and holding up, and then we'll check also Salvi just to make sure where the cooking pot is being used. There's also a Galio here for someone who's trying to play the Cypher. T-Lights is the one who managed to get it, so he could try to play yeah, it's perfect. He can try to play the loose streak so far here, and then try to cap out with the rapid fire. We know in the early game rapid fire is good, but it's not amazing until you get the 6 rapid fire at level 8, and then you have a comp.
Yep, Draven was on there as well, but ends up grabbing the Galio instead, and the Draven gets picked up super late by, I believe it was Losher. Oh, their boards just look the same.
It's exactly the same. I mean, we already. This is a teaching moment, Cass. We know exactly who should be the holder of the rapid fire in the early game. It should be the buy, and then of course in the mid game we can transition into set and then go for the Renekton.
That's so funny because it's also the Sejuani item early on, right? The Protector Slam on the buy. So it just looks like the same board for both of them.
Yeah, Protector Vow amazing on the Sejuani. So yeah, teaching moment. Losher trying to play tempo here. I'm not sure how good is this sniper focus in the late game, but I mean he just needed anything to play a little more tempo here. Losher maintaining the Windsor and Kurum. So these are the 2 players that should, if they face off, one of them will have full possibilities. Greag with the loose streak, also Solo Hesan. T-Lights wins, so T-Lights is not thinking about probably not playing Cypher, even though he found the Galio, just trying to play some tempo and preserve HP. And Solo almost full open, trying to go for that amp angle that you mentioned.
Yeah, let's see if Losher and Kurum can fight here and see which one is able to hold on to the win streak.
Okay.
We do have each other in the pool. I feel like from what we saw initially, I would want to give the edge to Kurum's board with having the additional slam of the static shiv, but this is, you know, that sniper's focus, which is strong. They're not fighting each other, so I actually expect this to be a double full win streak into Krugs, because Kurum did have what looked to be a very strong board as well. Losher gets the win. Let's see if Kurum is also able to grab it. It looks like, yeah, that's not going to be a problem. So double full win, one for each team. And it looks like double full loss, but it looks like maybe even 3 essentially full loss streakers with Greya, T-Lides, and Solgasong.
Okay. Yeah, T-Lights won the last one. Okay, Mundo 3 for Duet Jungler. We know he has additional... yeah, he has worth the weight, so it was easy for him. And T-Lights, I think he didn't have the full lose streak. Let's just check. Yeah, he won one. So... I mean, he has the Cypher. I thought he wasn't on Cypher, but maybe he was griefed by Solo, by one of the players, Solo Hesan, probably the one who was open. But I mean, he will for sure get a good cash out here, Cass. Already early, maybe not the 330 that we saw last game, but at least 250 should be a good option for him.
Yeah, it should be decent. We'll check back in on him for that 3-7, see what that cash out ends up being. Does have the rapid fire and picked up the Draven. That was one that he didn't have, so he's gonna actually get 4 Cypher in, which is, I mean, that's phenomenal for T-Lides. That might make up for the fact that he lost the loss streak.
Okay, makes total sense. Greya trying to prepare the rest of the unit, fully prepare Morgana, fully prepare Poppy, but only Morgana 2 now. Has some additional Poppy, 5 of them, but this will be difficult. I mean, it's more important to get the Poppy quickly, but I feel it will be difficult for him to get everything 3-star on place and quickly, because normally you want to punish people on stage 3 and then on stage 4 you're not necessarily so strong. So let's see if he managed to maybe roll a little deep here.
Yeah, it will increase his cap quite a bit to have the preparation, but as you're saying, right, he's hitting it quite slow, and that's going to be tough, as Kurum is going to face off against Losher. So it looks like Losher is going to be the one to hold on to the streak, which does seem like that sniper's focus, getting the IE added on top of that. This can also be Misfortune using those 3 items, and it can be Dynamo from a tempo spot. But also they can be kind of split up between the 2 marksman carries, right? You've got the IE for your Xayah, and then the Aphelios can take some of those other items. So a couple options for Losher to go.
Yeah, makes sense. Also, Poki, we saw some good amp options. Had some crit that could go on the Yumi and has the blue buff. I don't know if he will stay in that possibilities. He has the Vanguard crest, and I don't know if he has maybe the possibility of doing the Vanguard Mordekaiser tech. If he gets the corrupted, that could be an option. We will check later on him. And now also possibility here, right on Relics, Golemi fight with Little Body so huge. If he managed to have a good comp for this, but I don't know if he has the angle. No? Thinking about right on Relics still.
Rolled and then takes Health as Wealth, Clockwork Accelerator, so just trying to take a lot more combat.
Makes sense. Makes sense, but once again, a lot of tempo here. Okay, we know it's not the first one. This is looking like a Vex, Exo Vex maybe. And once again, Cass, this is not a premium comp. Kurum's just playing to preserve HP, playing to try to go 4th, but this is not a win-out possibility.
Yeah, this has always been kind of the comfort zone, the signature style of how Kurum X actually just plays TFT. He's historically just a heavy tempo player. He plays for middle placements. We're seeing Kurum when he's in peak form. He's placing basically, you know, 3rd and 4th in almost every single game. You know, the 3rd through 5th is the Kurum comfort zone, and so kind of bringing that to 4v4 to be this tempo player for his team and try and hold on to HP. It is a comfortable style. We know Kurum is very good at it. The last game, it went bad. He ended up 8th because in 4v4, sometimes you can free fall even harder from playing tempo because the opposing team is sacrificing for their teammates who have fallen quite low, so you don't actually get to outplace them. So it's always risky in that way, but if Kurum can hold on to enough HP for the team, it really can work out.
Yeah, makes sense. And also we saw Salvi when we saw the rest of the augments with a sword overflow. This is like the best possibilities that you can get in Prismatic for the 6 rapid fire. He already has 2 Death Blade, and this is just pure raw damage that rapid fire already has so much speed, and now you have so many raw damage. So Salvi in a perfect spot to take the first placement. Of course, he will need to hit that Renekton on level 8, but even without the Renekton cast, with these many items, the Seri will be so huge, even if he doesn't hit the Renekton. So this is perfect spot for Salvi, and important that T-Lights will be the one contesting him on rapid fire. Let's see who finds the Renekton first.
Yeah, T-Lights can grab the Zed if he wants to try and increase to 5 Cypher before the end, so Logasong is going to deny that. I don't know that T-Lights is too upset about it because I actually don't know that he wanted this rod. I'm trying to see if he actually already had the Gunblade or not. If he didn't have the Gunblade, that would have been the perfect pickup for T-Lights to be able to get that. But instead, going to grab an extra sword here to be able to help itemize his rapid fires.
Makes sense. 47 right now. Solo Hesan playing defense and helping the team. In the lead, in the previous round, we saw him full tempo.
He already has the Gunblade, so I don't really think he needs that rod. I mean, I guess second Gunblade is fine, right? But I think T-Lights really just wanted the Zed, try and help cap out higher. So Logasong has to deny it, but this isn't as painful to lose like a best in slot item and also the +1 for T-Lights.
Yeah, and T-Lights know he has to be the win-out player for the team. Good possibilities here. So just trying to ramp up, preserving as much HP as possible while trying to play here the Cypher with a huge catch. So second game in a row playing Cypher. So he has this comp. Obviously, if you hit it, you have to play it. But as we said in the beginning, he has this very good studied. Now going up against full tempo on the other side with AP. I still believe normally these items could be also maybe Street Demon. But I know these are perfect items also for the Yumi. The thing is, you don't have the items for Annie yet, so you need something to help you. So let's see if it's enough. Still thinking about this Vanguard +1. I think it will only be tempo cast. Like 4 Vanguard for Marksman, and then just try to put a Garen in or something.
Yeah. Here, T-Lights, one more round for the cash out. Like you said, it's gonna be over 200. Trying to get towards the 250. I'm not sure if he's going to quite reach there. Might just barely scrape in.
Okay. 200 is good. Can get also some duplicators. He can also try to go for the Draven 3 if he manages to get it. Not depend on the Renekton. Could be a possibility also. Still with the Kog'Maw 1 here as the holder for Salvi, making it work.
Yeah, Salvi gonna have a lot more HP to work with instead of over T-Lights, but T-Lights gonna have more economy with this full loss, with the Cypher cash out. Higher cap out potential, right? But a little bit more safety for Salvi. We're gonna have to see T-Lights hit fast.
Yeah. One Renekton trying to find good items for Sejuani, so Sejuani 2 will be huge also.
And back-to-back fight, T-Lights does not pick up any kills, and that denies him maybe enough stacks that he could have made 250 if he was able to pick up some kills in the last few fights.
Yeah.
2 component anvils, golden remover. I don't feel like the golden remover is that helpful. It's just 2 components for that much life sacrificed.
Yeah.
Feels a little bit tough, but see what T-Lights can put together here. Gonna be able to go to 8 very quickly.
Yeah, the golden remover doesn't help his comp because he knows exactly where the units will have the items, but helps with the placement. Maybe he can, if he can like calculate perfectly how many items he needs to get into his units, he can try to win against his teammates by very little. But of course, it's very difficult to make that calculation in the moment.
That plus 10 HP might be massive for Team Kuramex. It's not to be understated. It might just give T-Lights an extra life when he's going for this. As we do see him level, he is going to start his roll down. Finds a Zeri and a Sedge immediately. That is so big. He did have one already, so that is the pair. Finds Zeri pair.
Nice.
This is an amazing roll down so far. Doesn't find a Renekton, so that's, you know, the one thing he would like, but finds a Zed. So that's the item holder that we've seen be kind of the most popular for this so far while you're waiting to find the Renekton. A lot of 1-stars, so missing the upgrades, but that 10 HP might be a huge difference because of all the pairs T-Lights was able to pick up.
Okay, yeah, itemizing here the Galio so far. Of course, trying to put a little more defense to the Sejuani. It's looking good. He rolled to 0. A lot of pairs here, pair of Seri, pair of Draven also. And taking a hit right now.
That loss was rough.
Yeah. Solo Hesan is pretty huge in the order. He managed to play Elise in the end with the Mana Saint. So it's Dynamo for Solo Hesan.
All right, well, let's see this last augment selection. See if it's something that can maybe help T-Lights turn the tables here. Looks like we've got a bugged out shop, so we're going to be missing the shops for a second. Augment saved us. They fix it. T-Lights little buddies is an option. Salvage bin, not that helpful. Gonna go for the little buddies. That makes sense to me. Garen, we've seen the Garen as a rapid fire carry as well, but does pass it up. Just gonna stick around the Zed.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember the rapid fire Garen was pretty huge. And it was funny also to see. Duo Q here. Trying to find something else. Didn't find anything to try to ramp up the items there for the Seraphim. Full tempo and full combat outments for Solo Hesan. Cloning right now the Jax just to have additional utility. And no premium units also here for Salvi.
Yeah, Salvi also not
gold.
finding the Renekton.
Yeah.
Helites, I was feeling okay about the spot because of the pairs, but if you don't hit the pairs, they're not actually very good, right?
Yeah, it's just gold, yeah.
it's just gold on your bench.
Wow.
And I mean, that 10 HP might make all the difference because if he loses this fight, he would have been gone. But instead, he gets one more chance. It looks like he does get this one, though. Very big win for T-Lides. Stage 4 is going to be dicey.
Draven 2 is also so huge. Some people holding... This is interesting because both of them are looking for Renekton, but I see some of the players holding Renekton. So it's like they just want to make sure they save T-Lights. 8th reinforcement here with the Street Demon trying to find the brand. Already found the Neko, so probably trying to find brand here, and that would be the chance. This is interesting because maybe this brand was before, because I know he used the reinforcements only for the Neko, and now he needs to find the brand organically.
Yeah, notably Wet Jungler not going for the 4-star Mundo, actually just selling the extra copies as they come to try and have some additional economy and playing around the street even. So lowering the cap, but trying to play for a little bit more tempo.
Okay, T-Lights, Strong Sai on the left, Sejuani in a bad spot. She will only ult the tanks. This is not the exact placement you want to be in, but it's enough. It's just too much.
And
Gurum.
Zeri too. That's the big thing for T-Lides, and that might bail out his stage 4, so he can hold on to 2 lives going into stage 5, try and find that Renekton.
And Lusher still with the marksman. Doesn't look strong at all. Grea playing tempo. Grea decided he will not hit the Morgana, so he's just playing Morgana 2
Renekton.
with the Poppy 3.
Who gets
Renekton
it?
coming
Lucio
to
and T-Lides. It's going.
T-Lights has it. It's the same side for T-Lights. Yeah. Nice. Okay.
2 players that were looking for it. T-Lides is able to get it. Or no, it's Salvi. Salvi is the...
Salvi with a lot of HP. So yeah, T-Lights, this is huge. He can transfer now the items. Forget about the set. Not sure here because I mean Renekton 1 we already saw is pretty huge, so he can just transfer maybe the Draven items. But you want the healing, so yeah, he will have to make. He has full duplication here, full removers, so he can use just do the iteration that make more sense to him. Let's see what he decides. I think he will stay with the Seri.
I think that's
Seri 2
reasonable.
is
Makes
huge.
sense.
Seri 2, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Losher finds Aphelios too. It's going to be a big pickup for that marksman board.
Yeah, good tempo. 5 Vanguard in the end. Just trying to get an additional units here. Okay, so Salvi managed to go for the Urgot. Urgot Rapid Fire is pretty good. And also you get the possibility of getting the execution from the Urgot. Let's see if it's enough. Rapid Fire against Rapid Fire Renekton doing so much more. And of course the Seri 2 making so much damage. So Salvi, even though he's higher in HP, he's weaker. So this is the win-out possibilities for CRG.
Yeah, I think T-Lides has the stronger carries, but also there was a Sejuani difference in this fight. His Sejuani stunning all of the carries for Salvi, and Salvi's Sejuani not hitting anything really of value. The Renekton able to just free hit the entire time. So this is big for T-Lides, as you're saying. I think that is the win streak, or the win-out possibility, and Salvi could still look for the win-out, but T-Lides is ahead of the curve, has the units he needs already, just looking for one more Sejuani, and that board is looking insane. Of course, you want the Renekton too, but just kind of Sejuani too, and that's easily able to push to 9.
Yeah, makes sense. Doesn't have the pair of Seri, only one Seri. And T-Lights are, as we saw, already pretty strong. Trying to get a little economy here and trying to go to 9. He knows it's very difficult to hit a Renekton 2 right now. Also with the pair of Sejuani here, once again on the other side. So this Poppy should be the counter of the combo. Look at this, he's totally demolished here, even with the Bravo Best. It's just too much raw power.
Grea did not put the items on the Morgana. I feel like Grea could have put items on his Morgana. I don't think he was going to win that fight against T-Lights. And maybe save a little bit of HP, but I guess they do not want to risk it. And we are watching these HP values go down heavily for Team Kurum-X, though. They do have the win out with T-Lights, but you look at the rest of the lobby, and Maus are holding on to a lot more health. Pocky falling very low. Kurum took a big hit. Grea took a big hit. And you've got Sologasong once again just tanking for the team. 73 life still remaining going into stage 5.
Yeah. T-Lights with the angle of having the Renekton 2 already with the pair. And Pocky, I thought he was going to go with Amp and trying just to carry the Yumi in the mid game. No, he decided just to stay with 3 Demon. And this is not a good place for him. Very difficult. And even though he's playing uncontested Bran, he hasn't found a 2-star here so far. And now only 20 HP. Finds a sack.
He's going 8th.
Yeah.
He's going 8th. I mean,
Bran.
there's the Bran 2, but I feel like 5 Street and 4 Bruiser. Like, is this... I guess he can play 7 now. Is he still missing a Street Demon? No, he just has to take out Kabuko. I don't know. This feels very suspect. It's very tough.
Suspicious.
Suspicious, yes.
Okay. So Pocky at
Going at
least
3 for
finding the
Grea.
market. Yeah. Not good front also. Items here on the Neko. Going up against Grea. And Grea is strong. Grea is good here with the... Should snipe here the Zaira on the left with the Poppy. Yeah, it's just too much raw power. There's no defense here for Pokygum. A little power, and we know Bran is not in the best moment in this patch. Huge ult, but it's too much healing right now for the Morgana. And takes the hit, and Pocky
Not a bad loss. T-Lights takes a loss, so does Kurum. That is really rough. I was going to say, I feel like they just have to let Pocky go, and I think that is for the best that Grea takes that win, holding on to life, but T-Lights loses to Sologasong. Sologasong has just ramped up so much with the Dynamo here, playing around the Mana Zane. This, I mean, I look at this board, and I'm honestly a bit surprised that it beat T-Lights. It's very good with this this double Aurora. The front line is very stable, and Mana Zane blue buff Elise is a lot of damage, but I also just felt like T-Lights does have this rapid fire board online, and maybe it is just a frontline issue for T-Lights still on the Sejuani 1.
Yeah, he did it in the last round also. Sologasong playing just a marksman Vanguard comp and winning against cap-out boards. So Solo knows something here. Good augments, good positioning, and he's just with a no 3-star here with Dynamo ramping up the lobby. So we lose a player here will be Pokygum dropping out, and maybe Kurum also. 14 HP, let's see how much he takes the loss.
This looks really bad for Team Kurum-X. Grea also losing. I don't know that Grea can hold out to make a second place in this lobby with Salvi solo looking very strong. As much as T-Lights still has a good chance of winning out and getting the first place, it doesn't feel like the team can put it together because Kurum is very likely just going 7th here.
Yeah. Kurum 7, T-Lights also with a possibility of ramping out, but needs to find... He's trying to go to level 9. He's just praying here that he gets a good spot in the next round, and then after Carousel, who go level 9 and try to roll for the Renekton. Obviously, trying to find the Renekton on the Carousel will be the priority. Going up against Maus, so full power on the other hand. Going up against Marksman, good front, trying to hit out the rest. Access to backline, Renekton goes to the back.
He looks like he lost. Cass? Oh, one more shot. He barely holds on, but Kurum goes down.
Kurums is out. He's 7 and 8, Cass.
Grea at least finding a win. That's very important. He has to hold on to all this life. He's fully prepped. But I just don't know if he can hold out for a second place. And T-Lights still has to win. He's not winning that hard in these fights. He's still missing some key pieces. Has he been able to greed the gold, though? I guess we'll see when we get back to this board, because if he can go 9, it's a lot better. But if he's had to donkey roll for the Sejuani 2 and he's just missing, I just don't think he's going to win.
Yeah, at least try to find the Renekton 2 here. Finds a premium...
Oh, he's held on to gold. Okay, pair of Renektons, 20 gold at level 9. He needs Sejuani 2 Renekton 2.
No.
Not finding it yet. There's still gold on the bench.
Samira, no time to hold. Okay,
Connected
there it
two.
is.
He can shift items from the Zeri now, but does not have that crucial Quicksilver for the Renekton.
Yeah, he will need to position on the other side of the Sejuani for sure. For the rest, that will be the counter here. Going up against the Street Demons, so I think this is the end for
free.
Pokegum.
Should be free. This is actually Wet Jungler's Street Demon from that Mundo
Yeah, it's
3.
another one. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Poki already defeated, so this is the Mundo angle that we saw. I thought it was going to be something else, but yeah, it's just not enough. So Wet Jungler also in a difficult position here.
Rhea
Connected
loses
one.
the fight. I just don't know that it's going to be enough, man. Grea, I don't know that the prepped Morgana board can actually stand to these comps in this lobby, and T-Lights cannot sacrifice for Grea.
Yeah, Morgana doesn't have a win-out possibility here. And I mean, Solo Hesan, even though he's pretty strong, he's also not getting much stronger. Also, obviously getting the Aurora, getting something additional. So this is the most impressed I am with Solo Hesan. With this comp, making this full tempo is so amazing for him. And T-Lights, he's the one who has to make the win out. And of course, Grea too. So it's only 1-2 possibility. They're going up against each other. So T-Lights needs to win here. And now the HP will be so difficult for them to preserve. And both of them need to stay alive. And it's just too much HP for Solo Hesan. I think it's not possible.
Yeah, it's way too much HP over the course of Mouse. Salvi holds on to a bunch. They let Wet Jungler go. But this is over 100 life remaining for Mouse. And only 2 lives for Grea, 1 life for T-Lights. The math ain't math in Hoope.
Yeah.
It's not working out. And I think that Mouse is going to run away with this. I'm not sure that there even is an out at this point, but we will see, because I think T-Lights at least has the strongest board. And once again, he's trying to hold out strong for this team, but they're just not able to find the placements. 7-8, so hard to overcome. And especially, you said it, impressed with Solo Gasong's gameplay in this series, being able to hold on to so much life from the tempo plays.
Both with full win streak here, Salvi and Solo Hesan, making it so difficult for Grea and T-Lights to make a possibility here. T-Lights just rolling to find something. The Sejuani is very timid, so even though he's been rolling for so long, doesn't fight the Sejuani too. So important to try to find the double cast that can make the win here. But of course, T-Light pretty strong and will go up against Salvi. So it will be Grea versus Solo Hesan, Salvi against T-Lights.
Yeah, Solo's actually still finding upgrades. Kabuko 2, Misfortune 2 to add to the board. Grea versus, or not Grea, sorry, T-Lights versus Salvi. This is the 2 rapid fire boards. Difference is Sejuani 2 versus Renekton 2. But once again, T-Lights wins the positioning battle. Sejuani gets the big stuns out, and the damage is just in T-Lights' favor. But Grea cannot beat Solo Gasong, and that should just do it, because T-Lights will have to fight Grea at some point before the Mouse members are eliminated.
Yeah,
Mouse
it's not
is
in
gonna
this
take this
rotation in
game.
the next round for sure. Yeah, so T-Lights, we know is strong. Grea needs to find something to ramp up, but then, yeah, you said it. Once again, when they face off, it's the end of the match. So Mouse playing it perfectly, once again, preserving HP, getting win-out players with Salvi, and also with the HP management, sending both of them 7 and 8, the CRG players. And once again, masterclass of 4v4. Perfectly played by Mouse.
Yeah, we'll see if Grea can even stand to Salvi. I'm not optimistic. We might just be sending Mouse winner's side to stage 2 right here, right now. Big stun coming out from the Sejuani. It's all up to the Renekton. Poppy still tanking up quite well. The Zeri 1
He's down.
It's a bit of a struggle. It's all up to Renekton, but the damage is so fast.
They got it.
Grea goes down. T-Lights loses to Solo Gasong.
And the
1-2
win,
for
absolute
Mouse.
here. I mean, 7-8, getting the 1-2. So Mouse playing it perfectly here, Cass. So good. And I'm impressed with Solo Hesan tempo management that we already talked so far. This is a comp that normally in solo queue, you always try to go for 3-star Elise, 3-star Brown. He just played a tempo. Full combat Outman playing it tempo and not losing and preserving HP for the team. This is so perfect play. We haven't seen this about the other teams. So this is great to see about Mouse. And we already seen that 4v4 is not totally accomplished and the meta is not totally fulfilled. There's still things to be creative about.
All right, well, taking a look at 100 Thieves versus Alcacia, and it looks like Alcacia has been able to bounce back. Game 1 going to 100 Thieves, but game 2 here, Alcacia has already locked this up as we see 300 Thieves members in the bottom 4 of this match. So this is going to go to a game 3 to try and lock up that other spot winner's side into stage 2 of the tournament.
Yeah, very important. In the first game, Kyun was the hero with a brand 3, playing an uncontested board with a Street Demon. And now Alcacia, very strong, sending 3 players of 100 Thieves in the bottom 5. So yeah, it will be a hype game also on game 3 for 100 Thieves and Alcacia. And we already know that Mouse is already confirmed for tomorrow. And as we saw, the American team, the Team Kurus, will play on the 3rd match today and try to find or avoid that elimination.
Yeah, but this is so cool to see Alcacia taking it 200 Thieves, bringing us to a game 3. I think once again, you look at this team and you just feel like they're the underdogs in this match, but they have shown so much mastery over 4v4 that I just don't even know if it's true. It's hard to evaluate whether or not they really are supposed to be true underdogs in some of these matches, or if they just actually line up quite well. And they've been able to once again take a team that you would expect to be able to beat them to a game 3, to a match point, and they might just be able to take it down, right? This is one more game. It doesn't feel like 100 Thieves should just have it in the bag. It feels like no, Alcacia is every time in the fight.
Yeah, this is not even close. This is total win and punishment here from Alcacia to 100 Thieves. And of course, we think it's like you said, right? Alcacia, we see Voltarius and 3 players that are normally not known, playing a lot in the local French circuit. And we say, okay, maybe they can perform, maybe not. They have totally performed right now, doing amazing, and also doing amazing during the AMA qualifiers. And also 100 Thieves, we say, okay, they should be able to ramp up. But if they lose this game, they will only have one more chance in the elimination bracket to play and advance to 2nd stage. So 100 Thieves in a difficult position, and this will go, as you mentioned, to game 3.
All right, just gonna enjoy the final fight of this match. Replay. Trying to take the win with Amp, fully upgraded Amp board going up against Volta. Volta was trying to find a 3-star 5 cost, but might not need it. The Renekton doing a lot of work, getting towards the back line. Zach trying to hold on. It looks like Amp just barely gonna hold out. Morgana not able to do it. Replay takes the first, but Alcacia takes the game.
Yeah, and good to see from Volta that also he played the Morgana angle that normally is not 1st or 2nd in any of the lobby, but he played with Renekton 2-star. He played the Dynamo line again with the Bastion. So once again, doing the win more in that comp that is normally a comp to only go top 4, Volta finds the angle to get a win out possibility and get a 2nd place. And of course, sending the rest of the 100 Thieves players in the bottom 5. So huge win right now for Alcacia, and 100 Thieves will have it difficult in the next game. Reset mental, and of course the individual level of play so huge that they will have, I mean, at least no problem in doing the best they can, and also maybe with a little luck take the win and manage to go to stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, I guess end of the day, a little unsurprising that match is so incredibly close. As we see Mouse taking down Team Kurum X, they will be waiting for the winner of Alpha and ROC Esports. On the other side, 100 Thieves versus Alcacia still going on. That matchup, both of them dominated their opponents. They were able to destroy Zeta Division. Alcacia took down Ninja's Pajamas very convincingly. So kind of unsurprising that the matchup between those two is close. Hopefully we'll be able to get that game 3 in just a bit. We are going to go to a quick break, but we will have the continuation of the road to EWC when we return. Don't go anywhere.
storm thin, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Don't let it make me go under. Don't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive.
Welcome back to Road to EWC. I'm Clement Chu, and I'm going to be subbing in for Casanova alongside with my always so beautiful and handsome Hupe-san. Hupe-san, how are you doing after watching that game one in the semifinals?
I mean, the first series was so amazing, Clement. We saw amazing gameplay and something different. We used to see only AMP play, Cypher into AMP, or maybe the Super Renekton, and we saw Solo Hesan playing something different, something tempo play, full combat, and actually winning out in the lobby, taking second places, and pressuring the lobby with Ace Please. So this is, the formula for Bori 4 is still not totally deciphered. And now this is the next game that we'll have. This is elimination matchup. Alpha Gaming from the CN server versus Rock Esports from APAC. Do you have a favorite here, Clement? I know both teams are in your heart.
Yeah, ROC is from my region, APAC, but I actually do watch Juanmia the most out of any of these players. So I got to say my heart is moving towards Alpha Gaming. As you mentioned, this is going to be the first elimination match that we've seen so far. You've already get your first chance. This one, if you lose, you are out of the tournament. No chances to get to EWC. Everything on the line.
Yeah, and if you win, you go against Team Kurums. So one of these teams, the one who gets the win, go against Team Kurums, and then that's the final game that we will see today, together with the same game in the bracket B or in the B stage. And then we will see what are the 4 players coming up into tomorrow. And of those 4, only 3 qualify to EWC. So Clement, everything on the line. And this is so huge for these players. This is the chance to be or to take TFT competitive more seriously for them to have a career in this. And all of these players have so huge a background, pedigree, and career that it's very difficult to see either one of them lose and get eliminated.
Yep. On one hand, for Alpha Gaming, you have 2 world champions in Juanmia and Li Luo, making the cornerstone of the dynasty for the CN region. And on the other hand, for ROC, you have Set 14's best player so far statistically in Dr. O. He just won Cup 2 in APAC, and he's currently rocking a 3.04 AVP throughout the entire set. Hands down the best player so far that we've seen. So it really is a clash between, the CN dynasty versus the recent powerhouse in Rock.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you say it that way, because even though in Alpha Gaming, Liluo 62nd, Juanmia are the best representative players, 62nd, big one of the biggest streamer in CN, Liluo and Juanmia, world representatives as you mentioned. Snowy coming up into this team, he's also maybe a smaller streamer, a good guy, very known by positioning, perfect positioning, and knowing exactly what to play. And the fact that these players selected him to be together with them shows the amount of respect they have for Snowy. Snowy hasn't been into a sex championship, but for me, one of the greatest players also in the CN region.
Yeah, Alpha Gaming has had so many great TFT talent. You have Tucci, you have Guan, and you have Ziyue, all coming from the same organization. And out of all those great players, they actually selected Snowy. And last time at EWC 2024, when we talked to them, they told us like Snowy was like the coach of the team. He was coming up with all the comps and the schematics. So that's the reason he is on this 4-man roster compared to all of those other great names that you heard about. Coming back to Rock Esports a little bit, because this is kind of my backyard in APAC, I think they're super interesting because they are the only multilingual team left. They have a Filipino on their roster in Araya. So if you have that Filipino pride, I want to hear you rock it in the chat.
And do you know what they do? They talk in English, or Araya has to try to commit to the other language? Do you know what they're communicating with?
I'll be honest, I feel like it has to go down to chemistry because from what I heard, the rest of the Korean players, English, probably not that on point.
Okay.
Obviously, Araya can speak English because, Philippines, they do use a lot of English there. But that's going to be the biggest test for them. And I'll be honest, when I've talked to a lot of the elite players, they said that was a big problem for ROC, that a lot of times Araya did seem on a different page.
Okay, makes sense. And of course, remember, in case of APAC, it was a more close qualifier, so they had to handpick the players according to points. In terms of Americas and EMEA, it was open qualifier, so you could just select the best team you could, but you have to maybe grind it out a lot more. So maybe a little differential here for APAC and CN versus the Americas and EMEA.
Absolutely. You know, in APAC, there was 3 Korean teams in the closed qualifiers, so there really weren't enough Korean players to kind of go around with those qualifier points, and that's why we have this multilingual team. Very, very interesting. You know, if they do make it through, we have to ask them how they eventually managed to communicate.
Okay, finding a
back into
Shaco
this game.
here. Yeah, Shaco, 4 Shacos now for Dr. O's. Could be an angle. We know Shaco is not a win-all comp, but is perfect for top 3. And with good items, it could be a good angle for Dr. O and try to just pressure the lobby in the early game.
And I love what you said about the previous series, that a lot of these matches are just about that scrapping player, like Sologasang, who's playing Street Demon, Marksman, Dynamo, very, you know, unorthodox comps to maintain his HP. So Shaco could fill that role.
Yeah, 100%. We have the first augment. We have combat in the hack augment, so very important for those, as you mentioned, marksman players, maybe the Seraphine, the Misfortune with the Seri, anything tempo will use this combat so much. And of course, as we know, we need one win-out player that normally plays Lustrik. Try to go for that pan in the carousel. No scout, no pivot. Good possibility also for 60-second. Decides to go here for AP, so just high voltage and committing to the Gorilla line.
Yeah, he actually had so many good augments for the Gorilla line, but decided to stay open. No scout, no pivot would have been great. One for all is...
Ooh, there's a pan.
Cost, really cool.
A pan for Snowy. So this should be the rapid fire angle. And once again, Snowy with the possibility of being the win-out player for APG.
Yeah, the coach getting that one. And whenever we see that, we kind of know where it's going. And also cloning facility. This one has been super popular on the new patch, especially for that Aurora. On the other hand, Araya already locking himself into that rapid fire as well.
Yeah, I think Snowy has to also contest the rapid fire. We know the Morgana Bastion, that is also the other possibility, is not that strong. It's pretty decent. So Snowy and Araya will be the win-out players. Will be very important to see how the team helps them or try to avoid trying to help with the other team, and also try to preserve them HP and try to get a win-out possibility.
We'll see if Snowy decides to pick up some of the rapid fires that we're talking about.
Yeah,
Other
looking like
big
a Morgana, yeah. No mana, but look at the unit so far. Not the best start here for Snowy.
Ooh. Very ambiguous onto where he would be ending up. Definitely going to have to just settle for the lose streak for now.
Okay. Yeah, makes more sense here. So let's just try to get an additional here. 60-second is the one with the Gorilla. So he's for sure committed to this line already with the Alistar 2. Additional Gorillas here for Panda, if I'm not mistaken. So we have a good idea of what the rest want me. Getting the source, so probably a marksman tempo player trying to preserve HP for the rest of the team.
We have BRB for Panda, so looking to streak harder once we get to 2-5. On the other hand, I think for 60-second, he actually leveled. So, you know, moving away from potentially...
Okay, that's interesting.
Okay.
Okay, so 6 Shaco, long distance pals, pretty good in the Slayer line if we have good items. Just trying to do a pure raw damage. The problem is you have the damage split up, and normally you want to focus that damage, but obviously good combat, especially in the early game. So giving good tempo, and that's exactly what you need. So double Shaco here. I'm not sure, Clement, if you know. I'm not sure what happens if you do double Shaco. Do you get the double stacks?
I think it's
each
just the
Shaco?
highest.
It's just the highest, right?
Yeah, it's kind of sad. Because I wanted to try that, and maybe Shaco wasn't that good in those patches, though.
Okay, makes sense. Makes total sense. There's a Galio. Someone wants to play the Cypher line. So important also into the AMP that requires so many resources. Many tiers also. No one with the AMP line still. Normally the loser bracket are the ones going for that line. So maybe Sanjop, maybe Panda could go for that possibility. Be right back for Panda could be a good angle for... And he gets the tier. So maybe Panda will be our AMP player for Rock.
Yeah, both tiers selected here by ROC players, which is the most contested component that we have so far. In the meantime, we have 2 unbroken streaks on the top side for Alpha Gaming, getting themselves to a good HP lead. This is where Panda, we're going to see if the BRB is going to allow him to slingshot into a win streak. And, you know, obviously 60-second leveled, probably not going into the direction of the gorilla anymore.
Okay. Very interesting. That 60-second decided he had a good angle. Maybe he doesn't like the combo. He wants something with more cap-out possibilities. Okay, here is Lil Luo committing to the AP with crit line. So once again, pure tempo here. Decides not to slam the static. Just making sure that he uses the resources in the exact moment that he needs to. So going to against
players, I think picked up a tier, so full lose streaking. So most likely our Morgana player.
Who, once again, just to notice? Sanyop?
I think Sanyap, yeah.
Maybe
he's already
Morgana.
holding on to 4 poppies.
Okay. So we have the rest. I'm lacking only Liluo to have a possibility of knowing maybe the angle that he has. So yeah, AP Creed. What do you think is this? It could be the brand that we saw is not working right now. Win streak into amp is not good actually. So not sure what would be the angle here. More sense,
I definitely think it's just the Aurora tech with cloning facility, where Aurora can allow you to pull 2 units out. It's so strong on 14.5, probably the best way to kind of play Anima. But, you know, we just saw Sologasong also play this line as well, where it's Dynamo, you use it to tempo.
Already has the Elise in the bench, so yeah, 100%. That will be the angle here for Lilo, one of the additional lines that we have seen so far. And let's see if he managed to maintain win streak here. Looks like it. So Lilo with good win streak and 60-second maybe. 2 players from Alpha, no. Loses against Juanme. So only Liluo with the win streak right here, and Snowy with 71, probably maintaining the lose streak.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. I think Juanme should have tried to lose to his teammate, preserve that 50 streak. We'll see if it comes back to bite them. Meanwhile, Snowy already has his Cypher there, so it looks like the Rapid.
Okay. Long distance path here, level 4, committing here fully to the Shaco. 0 kills for one Shaco, more for the other. We'll check later when it's unified just to make sure he gets the biggest one.
Yeah, I do think the players we need to watch are like Sanyap and Dr. O for their big roll downs on 3-1, right? Because I think Sanyap is probably the most important to see if he gets that tier, and he does find the second tier. Wow, huge find here. Here comes the roll.
Morgana. Okay, should roll here, not rolling. Okay, there it is. Should go down maybe for 4. Shaco 3 for Dr. O. Already, he was waiting for Dr. O to roll to get the Shakos out, and now he's rolling for the 1 cost. So just making sure. Wow, that's so good, so huge. Yeah, that's amazing.
Really good use of efficiency. You want the player that has is closer to kind of roll first, and then thin out the pool.
Yeah,
every small point matters.
Yeah. For 1 cost, normally players say no, it doesn't matter. But if you can get the min max for free, you get it, right?
Absolutely. And we also have the lifesteal here coming in for Shaco.
Yeah, looking good. Ramping up pretty high, and this Shaco will be huge. This Shaco would do so much for the team. Dr. O will manage to preserve so much HP and then try to help the rest of the team and just try to ramp up as soon as possible, and also try to punish the rest of the players and punish Alpha Gaming as much as possible. Replication, mana and belt are always good. He already has a lot of... he gets belt. Yeah, he needs the defense. Last stands here for Snowy. So Cypher plus last stand going for the full cap out board. And this is the hero play, the coach, as you mentioned, Clement.
He is definitely going to be cooking here. Last Stand, such a powerful augment in these situations, and it's just going to allow him to streak very comfortably, go for a big Cypher cash out. In the meantime, we are getting the full suite of rapid fire here from Araya. Plus very early Zeri, yeah.
Yeah, it's huge. Okay, good items here, forward thinking. Having good possibilities. Juanme with the win streak. Magic roll, just additional resources. And Liluo with this angle of Dynamo. Already trying to ramp up. Thinking about the Mundo 3 also as a possibility. Could be the Dynamo Bruiser line. That's probably the one he's thinking about. And
Honestly,
yeah,
I think Alpha Gaming is so well set up. They have top 3 players in the top of the lobby right now, still dominating stage 3 against one-cost reroll comps. And they also have Snowy with, I think, the highest cap out of this lobby by far.
yeah. Yeah, it's perfect. This is actually what you want because Juanmi, Lilu, and 60 Second, then they can win trade Snowy after he cashes out the Cypher, just to make sure he gets maybe 1 or 2 more life, and just don't pop off the last stand as soon as possible and get the total full cash out possibility. So I think, this spot is total dominance. And this is exactly what you want to see, right, in 4v4. The 3 of them, full tempo, and Snowy with the win out.
Yeah, it's so hard. Honestly, like, Hupe-san, we need to think of a term other than win trade, because it has some very bad connotations. So I'm going to go with life lend or something like that. Life lend doesn't sound as cool. We need to think of a term. We'll come up with it.
Okay. Let's try.
Getting it out the back of our heads. The most important thing, I think, for ROC is definitely setting up to turn that corner. When can they find that win with the Morgana?
Oh my god,
no.
set for Snowy. Snowy has 4 Cypher right now. So huge. So the cap out would be amazing for him. And remember, Snowy has the +1. So already having the set is double good for him. Getting the holder of this rapid fire emblem and also getting the 4 Cypher is perfect for him.
Yeah, the cap is just so high, and where are these ROC players gonna be? They can't contest the top 3. They're not playing tempo. But looking at that previous board, ROC do have an uncontested amp player, so maybe that will be the direction they try to win out with.
Okay. So it should be Panda, right?
Yeah, I believe it was Panda and Sanyap. Okay, this is very important. He finally gets to win streak.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, there's Panda going for the amp, having good tempo here with the Seraphine, low in HP, normal for this comp. And now with possibilities of getting a little more, goes against Snowy. So Snowy will take a loss here and just ramp up even more. 132 for the Cypher with the last stand. So Snowy projecting maybe 250 here. A little less, maybe 200 should be enough for him. And do you think he will grid here, Clement? Or maybe cash on Wolf, or maybe try to go for a little more?
I think with 31 HP, you probably just hope for like a 250 with a couple of dupes, and then you just go for it.
Yeah,
that's me though. But I'm such a pedestrian. I do not have the sort of the gall that these players do.
Okay. I mean, he has last stand, so we can say he has 42 HP, maybe. Okay.
I don't think I'm going for the 4-3. I'm so scared.
Okay, yeah, he has the 200 here for sure.
Yeah.
So that's enough to get a good cash out going up against the Cheiko. This is the worst possibility here because Dr. O will manage to get some additional stacks for free for this huge Cheiko and obviously help the team in the later stages of the game. And now the cash out from Snowy should get the 200 and wow, 273. So 2 additional here. And this is a good cash out.
Stay on.
Let's see if it's enough. Let's stay here.
Let's see what he gets here. The dupes. Oh, the best one. Let's go. I called it. Instant. No, he's going for more.
Oh man,
He's going for more. Okay.
This is my boy, the coach. Snowy. He said, okay, I don't even have Draven 2. I'm very far away from Draven 3. I want a huge cash out and want to go for the full win. So he's going for 4-2. Oh my
god. He is
god.
getting contested by Araya, so that's why I think he doesn't want the dupes, but
okay.
I'd be okay with taking that, to be honest.
Yeah, you can take a gold level 8, try to find a Renekton and just roll for the Draven 3. You can think about Galio 3 also, then don't depend on the Sejuani. Okay, we have Hack out, and yeah, we have the egg, okay. And remember, this egg is different. This egg, he gets the small one. Okay.
Yeah, so he's just aiming to like spike as hard as possible on 4-3. I respect that, but he's going to be at like basically 1 HP. So that roll down on 4-3, we absolutely need to catch that. That is going to be the make or break for Alpha Gaming.
Okay, everyone with medium-sized egg. Remember, this egg is different. It's not when you win; it's when you lose that you get the double reduction in the time phase. Okay, so Snowy, just trying to kill as much units as possible, trying to not pop off the last one, and trying to get 2 lives here. Clement, maybe 11, 7. So yeah, next round, no matter what happens, he will pop off the last one. And on 4-3, he needs to make the full switch and hit everything in one round.
Yeah, he really wants to get 370. Honestly, like the 330 cash outs, there's so many bad cash outs at 330. He should be enough though, but he still needs to lose one more. And that means that when he does cash out, he's going to be on 1 life. Like, this is so exciting to see. Just a player going, you know what? I have a safe option here. I'm going to go for the max cap option.
Wow. Graded Moonlight also here, so possibility to get a 4-star for free, additional front for the rest. Call to Chaos, giving additional items here, 3 sniper focus, additional defense here for the Super Shaco, always good. Many people with the sack, so many scaling here. Call to Chaos, I believe it was additional items maybe?
I think it was rolls. Yeah, he had a lot of rolls saved.
Okay.
All right, so he needs to hit the 370. If you get stuck on 330, you get like the techie package, which is terrible. So I think he's calculated this well, but this is gonna be so damn exciting. I honestly would have taken the 250 and be happy with it. He's playing the game on 1 HP. Let's go.
Okay, he has 1 Renekton, 6 rapid fire. This is perfect spot. And just need to roll to find something else, maybe the Seri. Okay, so 20 gold and a Radiant Jackshaw.
This Radiant Jackshaw really is not that great. Here comes the roll down.
Okay, Sejuani 2 is huge. Maybe with a Radiant Jackshaw we can find maybe two ults here. There's the Seri. Bear.
Okay, he's gonna roll it.
He gets the Radiant Winsus. He needs to roll it once again. You don't want Radiant Winsus here. Morello so far. Maybe use it and then try to reforce in the end.
Look at his Draven. His Draven is nearly down. It's dead already.
Everything in the hands of Renekton.
His
No
Draven
healing
got
for this
stuck.
Renekton.
He has last chance. But is it enough?
He already pop it.
He's down. He's dead. No, man. He took an 8th place.
Oh my god, no. The disaster has happened for APG. The win-out player falls down. And now comes... Oh, man. I mean, you have to give it to him. The commitment, the trust, the respect from the team, allowing him to do this huge play. Doesn't work out for Snowy. He was supposed to be the win-out player, and now a difficult spot for APG. Good tempo for ROC.
I don't think it was necessary. Like, 6 rapid fire is so strong on this patch, 14.4. Like, this is the strongest that it's ever been in the game. So he tries to greed for a big cash out, and then he gets instantly sniped by Poppy and Morgana. Oh, that was a disaster.
That's so huge, man. Yeah, for sure. Just to clarify here for the chat, in the first matchup of the day, we have like a rolling schedule. So the first matchup was Mouse versus Team Kurums, and we had a chance to get a glimpse of the other 100 Thief matchup, but that was just for one game. So we need to maintain the rolling schedule right now. So we're doing now the elimination match that we had on schedules. That is this one, Alpha Gaming versus ROC. And if we get a chance to go to the other games that are doing in parallel, we will try. So that will be the plan for today. So for now, let's enjoy APG ROC. And let's see if someone, if they find maybe an angle here to take the win, Clement. It's very difficult. 60-second, try to place 3 Demon. We know it's not the best comp right now. So this is just pure tempo. And then try to get maybe a 4th, but it's not a win-out possibility.
Yeah, this is the big problem when your win-out player loses. Suddenly, all of those players that are maintaining high HP and trying to give HP to their teammate, they don't have anything to do anymore. And if they can't push the enemy down, it's going to be a lot of trouble. This is the comp I really wanted to take a look at. We haven't really seen like a fast forward Shaco comp. Like, I'm very interested in how he's going to cap that one out. And this is the Lilo comp that we were talking about.
Okay. No Seri still. This is the comp, yeah. This is the comp from Lilo that we were talking about. Very strong. Trying to find that duplicated Aurora that you mentioned. So far, just getting additional damage with the Elise. Elise 2, pretty strong. If you get the Elise 2 Brown 2, you're actually pretty stable. We already saw Solo Hesan taking a second place, not getting any 3-star, but obviously finding the Aurora that is so important.
And Panda gets absolutely saved by that Greater Moonlight. 4-star Nidalee on the board, just wipes Lilo's board. Hwanmi also losing to Sanyap. This is looking like, unfortunately for Alpha Gaming, they were able to snatch defeat in the jaws of victory. This is very dicey for them.
Yeah. Yeah, Panda here with some possibilities. Doesn't find the Samira. Only 4 gold. Trying to cap out here with the egg and having additional possibilities. He has no option to go to double 9. So just trying to achieve huge front line right now. He only has a Neko in the front line. Maybe he has Nico 1 still. So just trying to get the Nico 2. Didn't find any premium units, Clement. No Garen, no Zac, no Samira. So very difficult spot. Panda was the win-out player, or supposed to be the win-out player for Rock.
Look at the HP totals. The game has completely flipped. ROC right now, they have much higher cap. They have much better tempo at this phase. They have the Bastion Morgana, the strongest 1 cost. They have 6 rapid fire online, and they have an ANP with 4-star Nidalee. I don't see how Alpha Gaming get themselves out of this at all.
Look at Hwanmi here. I mean, look at its flex board. This is 5 amp with Vanguard frontline, Golden Ox. I like this. So, I mean, 5 amp is the thing that's broken. So just trying to do tempo here, but it looks like it's not enough. The 4-star in the other hand, and taking the loss, huge losses for Hwanmi. And now Lilo trying to take a win here. Morgana on the back, just too strong. Good cleanup from the Misfortune, but it's not enough. So Lilo takes a hit. And Sanjop, the one with the win streak, and good possibilities of keep punishing the lobby here.
Oh boy, this just goes to show greed is not always good. As we have no real win-out possibilities across Alpha Gaming. I don't spot a player that can contest at this point. Very comfortable position for Dr. O. He finds a good artifact and is actually going to be able to get potentially a 3-star Jarvan in a 4v4 game. Very rare to see these 3-star 3 costs.
Yeah, taking items out, trying to help Panda in case they have a win out there, a face-off. And now we see the Renekton on the top. Pretty strong, has the most important items, has healing and has the Quicksilver. Access to backline right now. Abolishes the Seri, the rest of the lobby, and takes a huge win here. Hwanmi only 3 HP, and this is very bad news for APG. 2 players in 7 and 8, this and 60 seconds also losing. Oh, looking better and better for Rock.
I think this could be a clean sweep.
Yeah.
The most points you can get in a 4v4 game is 26 versus 10. And honestly, we might get to see it. This would be a first.
Okay. Yeah, Sanjop is just too strong here. Trying to find Draven 3. There's another Draven, one left. So Araya trying to go for this possibility. One Draven off. Huge boblets. And the Morgana. Also, this is just too strong position right now.
Yeah.
ROC is just too strong.
Araya even hit a second rapid fire off the Kerosene. So that's when you know things are going very good for you. It was a tome, but it still requires a bit of luck to get that open.
Okay, trying to access here. So Hwanmi, if he falls, is over. Or at least so difficult to take a possibility of a win here. Okay, taking the win, Dr. O. So Hwanmi at least stronger than Dr. O. And we know that this is what happened normally with the Cheiko. He's pretty strong. He punished the lobby, but now shouldn't be strong enough to maintain the tempo. Okay, Liluo getting the Aurora.
That's
And
huge.
now some additional possibilities, as you said, to duplicate her and get 2 units inside the board.
Yeah, he did hit the Syndicate +1 as well, so having a very strong MF on that board with the IE, that's going to be a good find. But you know what? I'm going to stop pretending to be partial. I want to see the domination. I want to see a 26 versus 10 game, so ROC all the way. Let's go.
Okay, pure domination, dropping items here, so removing items from the Samira, just trying to pop off something additional. Liluo items once again. Premium cut healing here with the Morelos. And now APG with the possibility of keeping alive. 1min needs to maintain and avoid this, but I mean, all of them are in the bottom, Clement. Only Panda maybe with a possibility with double full loss, maybe taking a huge hit to get into the bottom, but this is pure domination from Rock.
Yeah, this is 1mid trying to play marksman and just going like, wait a minute, I hit a Samira too. I'm just going to pivot into this one. That's what I think actually happened on this board. We'll see if he can survive the Morgana Bastion onslaught. Does look like his front line is holding up quite well at this point, but just not enough damage to chew through. And that 6 Bastion line is going to take the win at the end. 14.4, the strongest Bastion has ever been. 1mid down. Lilo on 3 HP.
Wow, no, this is so bad. So Lilo, bad 60-second, getting the additional improvement here with the Viego, but Arraye, so strong here, sack 2. Sanjob hasn't lost like in 10 rounds. And this is just to use 35 boblets for Arraye. And this is just out of control. Renekton 2, there's no chance. This is game for ROC.
Yeah, this is looking like it. And, you know, ROC, they were previously Navi in EWC 2024. They have a lot of inbuilt chemistry in this squad here. We're going to take a look at Lilo. Can this board actually survive using that cloning facility Aurora tech to pull 2 additional units onto the board? He has multiple 5 costs here, but look at that misfortune. It's going to be mob violence as Shaco takes down Misfortune in the corner. No more damage for Lilo. He will be dropping into the bot 4, which means that Alpha Gaming are already out of contention in this game. The only question left is, can ROC strike deep into the hearts of Alpha Gaming and sweep them clean?
Yeah, making sense here. So 60-second, the only one surviving, but this is a clean sweep. Remember, if you have 3 players in the bottom, it's already over. And this is perfect play from ROC, playing tempo, playing good, finding the win-out possibilities, and just sending APG. I mean, also a huge mental loss here for Snowy, trying to get the full win, trying to go for the huge Cypher cash out with the confidence. And you have to give it to him. He played the way he knows, and as the leader or the coach of this team. But I think this mental punishment will be huge for them. And remember, this is elimination bracket. Anyone, the team who loses here loses the last chance to go to EWC.
Yep, they're going to have to claw it back 2-0. And I just think about that cash out that he got with the Cypher. He got the Radiant items, and he had to re-roll them twice and didn't get any usable items. So, honestly, probably should have just taken that, earlier cash out and went for a bigger egg. That seemed to maybe balance out his chances at winning there. With him going down, the rest of the tempo players really did not have anything to play around. Yeah. We're going to see 60 seconds. Once again, corner carry taken out by the Buckler from that Poppy. And is the clean sweep coming in? I want to see it. I'm rooting for Rock here.
Just to preserve it. And there it is. Full clean sweep from ROC. Very difficult to see this in 4v4. Of course, there's not much to play in the end. So, amazing gameplay here for ROC. Getting everything 3-star right now just in case. So this will be the end of Game 1, Clement. And we have news. In the other game, Game 3, between Al-Qadisha and 100 Thief. Right. Al-Qadish taking the win in a very close match with the first place of Flouders. So Al-Qadish is confirmed to go to the next round. and 100 Thieves will have to play the last elimination match that we'll have today on the third series.
What a massive upset right there. You know, there's 3 tack rounds on 100 Thieves' roster. For them to be going into the loser bracket for a second time in these qualifiers is very, very, very surprising. I basically shoehorned them in to be, you know, a set team into EWC, but that just goes to show you anything can happen right here.
Yeah,
Wow.
Katia has been also playing amazing. We have been saying many big things about Voltarius, and it was very close. First game going to 100 Thieves, second game going to Alcadizia, and finally taking the win in the end. So close. Obviously, one more chance for 100 Thieves to take the win and go to EWC, because remember, it's 8 teams and only 3 get the chance to go for EWC Riyadh on August.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line right here. We're going to be going into a short break, and when we come back, we're going to be continuing this series between Alpha Gaming and ROC. See you soon.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now.
confirmed win out possibilities for the other team. So playing defense here is so important.
Yeah, we're going to have to catch Sanyap's board when it comes to 3-7 because if you think about it, he has so many rerolls. Patience, it's a virtue, plus trade sector. That level 8 roll down is going to be epic. It's like, I think it's at least a 20 plus reroll turn for him.
Okay. For players to split, normally no surprises here when splitting, when you know exactly the odds. Yeah, what do you saw, Clement?
Sanyap's already rolling, using his rolls right now.
Okay. So he's going for Dynamo. So huge, very important to fight the Brown too. There's a pair. There's Gragas, also pretty good. Getting 3 Divini Corp. Doesn't find additional frontline. Very important to find the Brown. Decides not to break additional gold here. Going up against Snowy. Snowy is not particularly strong still. Just trying to get the preparation in and then trying to roll.
I just want to say,
yeah.
This Sanyap griefing is top tier. This is chef kiss griefing. He takes the tier away with Young Wild and Free on first carousel, and then he breaks Huamia's lose streak. Well done.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. The griefing, the masterclass in griefing here from Sanjop, helping the rest of the team. And now, let's see the rest.
Take another tier. Okay.
What did he got? He got the Jing with the AP. Okay, just prioritizing AP here. Getting a good possibility. Liluo with the win streak, Clement. Also important, preserving HP. 3 players of APG will be able to manage this AP and help the rest of the lobby, help Juanmei have the possibility of win out.
Yeah, and honestly, Sanyap is even griefing Lilo because Sanyap managed to hit 2 Leonas on that level 7 roll down. So Lilo with, oh no, he even got the Aurora. He got the 1% Aurora. Oh my.
Aurora 1% level 7, so huge. I mean, this is Serb. This guy has griefed the entire lobby since the start, and this is Mordork helping him in the end, getting the Aurora, and this is so huge. This is very good for him. He's stable. He needs frontline. Zero frontline for him, huge damage. A little frontline in a Brown 2, and this is a comp that can keep doing damage to the rest of the team.
Wow, what an amazing
Elise
series of plays.
He has 6 Elise right now, Clement, so even close to the cap out of the board with Elise 3.
Yeah, Sanyap could very well turn the corner, and because there's so many resources, he still has 50 HP. Like, he's still relatively safe. In the meantime, we don't see any Zayas being picked by Huanmie, so he is going to go for the AMP line. Also hit a very early Zac. Really cool to see from Huanmie as well.
Okay, makes sense.
And look, this is the Lilo board I was talking about. Like, Lilo's trying to play Anima. There's 2 Leonas on Sanyap's board, and he already hit the Aurora. So Lilo suddenly finds his cap out being taken out underneath him. The level 7 play is going to it's going to make Lilo's life so much more difficult.
Yeah, makes total sense. Okay, we are live once again on Twitch. Thank you for everyone watching on YouTube. So we're live on Twitch once again. We apologize for any inconvenience. We have some technical issues, but now we're live once again. And just to give you a summary of what has happened so far, Sanjop has been the hero right now for ROC, griefing the rest of the lobby, griefing Liluo with items, griefing Snowy, not being able to get tiers for him. So Snowy trying to pet the Morgana, but he doesn't even has 1 tier because of the griefing that Sanjos have been managed to do. So ROC in a good position to win out, but in terms of HP, APG is in a perfect spot to try to preserve. But win out possibilities now in hand of Dr. O with the Rapid Fire Emblem Clement. So far, only with the set and trying to roll here for the Renekton. Okay, he already has the Renekton on the board. So, I mean, Dr. O can be the win-out player. 39 HP, so he has HP to spare.
Yeah, and this is the way I like to see the rapid fires being played. You already get the +1. There's no need to go for like a massive 4-3. Of course, he's pretty low, 39 HP, decides to start cashing out. hits the level 8 Renekton already. And just looking at the characters that they're griefing here, they're really trying to break Lilo's streak, making sure he doesn't get that Leona too.
Okay. Panda Nafiri? Oh no, only another Nafiri too. Okay, missing 2 Elise. Okay, one off. Oh, there it is. Oh my god.
He's stable.
Now yeah. Totally stable, trying to find... And also, even though the brand also only has the one item, he has the Raz, he has the Darius, he has the Gragas too. And these are chunky units. Some flesh that can handle to tank here. And this at least is just too much pure damage. Raw damage here for the rest. Trying to find maybe a static shift could be amazing here.
This should mean the end of Lilo's win streak as the front line crumbles.
Okay.
Lilo thinking about some other options as well, as he's holding on to a lot of strategists. Meanwhile, Hwanmie only with 44 on that Cypher stack. I really wonder where Hwanmie is going.
Yeah, it's a difficult spot. Okay, only 44, having 2 duplicators, going for Draven 3, Galio 3 as the out, and just trying to maintain 5 Cypher was a thing. Remember, it's more stat, but this is not enough. This is a comp that even... Okay, he's going for Jarvan 3, Galio 3, Draven 3. But is this enough to go against cap-out boards? He has 2 economy augments in AFK and duplicators. 3, because he also has Chop Gliss. This is not enough, Clement. This is not combat, not enough combat. And even though he hits the 3-star, it will be too late. And he will bleed out.
Yeah, I think, unfortunately, you're right. He is close to potentially stabilizing here with the double 3 costs. But it's going to come down to these rolls. He has no gold left whatsoever. So if he's going to stabilize, it's going to have to happen in these 2 rolls.
Okay. Hwanmie, 60-second with Sejuani 2, getting additional front line. Snowy, look at Snowy, man. I mean, this is... he's 17 HP, not bad at all. Hwanmie managed to find the Draven 3, trying to find additional frontline, no frontline items. So just pure chunky units in the front. And I mean, this is pure CN server flexible play and trying to do whatever the game gives you. But I mean, this is 2 creatives. Let's hope they can find a win here and we have a game 3. If not, IROC can take the win and eliminate Alpha Gaming.
All right, Lilo with the very interesting pivot. He is going to go into Street Demons here as he's holding on for the potential Kiyun outplay with the 3-star brand potentially in mind.
Okay.
And we have to take a look at Araya. It's been a while
He sold the brand. So no brand 3 possibility. He heard you and he said, okay, no, Clement, I will not go for the brand. And he just decided to sell it. There's another Renekton. You can get the pair. Also another Galio to try to go for the Galio 3 possibility. No, it's being griefed by Araya, not allowing Hwanmie to get that possibility. And also the Renekton goes to Hwanmie here, also griefing the other team.
Yeah, that was pretty hilarious. He doesn't manage to sneak the Renekton, and so he just decides, you know what, I'm just going to grief Snowy again. That takes the tier away right in front of him. Of course, it's a Braum as well. All right, finally we get to see Araya's board. It's been a while. He does go for the trait tracker.
Trait tracker XOX. Okay, makes sense. Galio. Nothing super hot here, but I mean, with so many items, the EXO are capable of doing some pretty chunky damage here. The Vex, also the Varus with utility, the Hyperfan also here, but I mean, it doesn't look as good as it should look when you have the trait tracker angle.
Yeah, he's missing a lot of critical pieces here. You know, not finding the Sejuani in the front line.
Yep.
The Bruiser front is...
Good damage.
Yeah.
Good damage. Looking not enough. The brand pretty slow, and he's we're used to having him pretty slow in the casting. And now Sanjok taking the loss So Sanjop and Araye 7-8. This is a huge possibility for APG losing against Juanmei. And this is impressive. I mean, you have the brand with only one item, so you need to close this tier maybe with Protector's Vow right now and just try to give him some additional survivability. Okay, Draven 3, Jarvan 3, far away from Galio. And I mean, Juanmei, this is the first time I've seen 5 Cypher in competitive play in this set. So good to see. And even in this meta that is not buff or anything. So good recognition here for Juanmei. Let's see if it works out for him.
This is a really good positioning coming in for Sanyap here as he protects the Elise against his teammates Nefari. Of course, they probably communicated that, and they keep some life there on Sanyap.
Okay, very important. Sanyap taking the win. Juanmei loses. Araye trying to get a chance here, but once again, Trade Tracker not working out for him, and only 1 life for Araye. So 3 ROC members, Clement, are in the bottom. So this is like the opposite of the first game.
Yeah, this is suddenly all turning very dark here, as there's just not enough good traits out of that trait tracker. Like Techie is kind of not being used. Street Demon is definitely not being used.
Okay.
I think Araya is just holding on to Juanmei's chances of a win out at this point. Like, he's trying to take away as many of these Gallios as possible. Dr. O is doing the same, trying to make sure that 5 Cypher Gallio doesn't happen.
Yeah, remember, Cypher gives you many additional stats, but it depends also on how many you cash out. So you have that additional possibility here. Morgana here for Snowy, trying to find the 3rd item. He just gives it the static ship for now. I mean, good tempo. Liluo, in the end, goes for 7 in Street Demons, finds the Samira, but has everything 1-star. Is it enough? He will start to bleed out right here, Clement.
Yeah.
Oh,
fine. Round 3 for Sanyap.
From where?
All right, this is the critical one. Can Araya hold on?
Wow.
But runs into a teammate, into Dr. O with the 6 rapid fire. There are no items on Zeri or the Draven, so a clear shot that Dr. O is trying to keep his teammate alive. Can they avoid the 8th place? Looks like it's going to be relatively simple affair for them. Good communication.
Okay. Yeah, that's nice. So both Sanjop and Araya taking the win, and Panda too. So now we see the top of the lobby. 60 seconds. Lilu, Snowy, the 3 of them taking a loss, and ROC with the possibility of turning the tables around and getting the additional win here. Once again, positioning very important. And as you say, Clement, they're actually using the position in their favor, making sure they know exactly how to tell the team, okay, positioning this way, so we punish the rest, but we help each other. So very good communication once again here, especially for ROC.
Oh, taking a look at this Thief's Glove role. It's not the best one for this 2-star Viego. That's what has been keeping Araya alive here. Let's take a look at the items. So they already know which direction the Nefari is going to go into. He keeps the carry on the right side to keep them alive. Looks like Araya, once again with that communication, might be able to stay alive, but no, Nefari actually picks off the backline still.
1 HP. Okay, Araya is alive. He's only 1 HP. And still, Nafiri won. You call it Nafari. I call it Nafiri, Clement. I know.
Yeah, Nafiri.
Nafiri, you like Nafiri better? Yeah, let's call it Nafiri. Garen 2. Okay, good possibilities here. No items. Doesn't make much difference. We only using the mods here. 5 amp in place. And this is good. Normally, you stay at level 7 when you can roll level 8. But, I mean, it's so difficult here. Panda, being griefed, not having the being griefed by Juanmei. By 60 seconds, sorry. Yeah?
He has 3 members, and all of them are on the same team. This is very unfortunate for him, but I think he just has to...
Yeah.
He has to give up his life.
Here, yeah. Yeah, makes sense. Dr. O has 23. Yeah, Dr. O is winning here. Yeah, we're losing Panda. He didn't have a sack, so he didn't have a ramp-up possibility, and Araya is losing too. We're losing Panda, we're losing Araya. 8th and 7th. So the tables turn. Looking like a huge win here for Alpha Gaming. If they manage to get any of the other ROC players in 3rd place or below, is a win for APG. and the tight series right now in this elimination match.
Just target Sanyup and the job is done.
Yeah.
All they need to do right now. Dr. O might be pretty hard because of that 6 rapid fire.
Okay.
But if they can deny Sanyup from getting even more items for that misfortune, should be their best bet.
Snowy.
There still is a chance, but ROC need to go 1 and 2 from this position.
Yeah. Okay, Snowy. Cyber. He was just playing Cyber Boss for fun. Okay, getting the Bastion in. This is the normal tech that we used to see in the Morgana. So full preparation for the ideal items, for ideal units here, the Poppy, the Morgana, and just trying to get some additional possibilities here in the bench. We see the Kobuko, we see the Elise, trying to be prepared. Has Kobuko too, okay. Good utility going up against Street Demon.
All right, now we're going to see who Alpha Gaming thinks has a higher cap. All items going back onto the board. So it seems like they trust Snowy's board, and I would too, frankly, against the Street Demon side.
Yeah, there's nothing. So Liluo taking a huge hit here. Just transferring and okay. Sanjob is winning, 60 seconds is winning. So
Dr. O lost?
wow.
Very surprised that Dr. O lost because of that. He's on 6 rapid, but no Renekton 2 and loses to a teammate. Okay, so he's trying to keep his teammate alive here. Then the items finally go back on.
Yeah, no
That was an intentional loss.
Okay. The healing is in the Seri, so very important for her to keep alive, to maintain the Crocodile alive. And let's see if it's enough. Transfer to the left, so strong side on the left, and she moves to the side of the Sejuani. So very important here for the Seri to try to avoid the Sejuani ult, but no. Yeah, she goes away. Perfect. Okay. The Renekton has the Quicksilver, so no damage for him. Trying to access the backline right now. Goes to the back.
Takes out the backline already.
Okay, good. Dr. O taking the win. We have a game here. Lilo falls down. And remember, ROC needs the 1-2. It's the only way they can win this game.
This Poppy is so huge. It's still alive. Elise gets the backline snipe though. One more shot. Snowy out. 1-2 is still on the table.
Oh, man. Okay, Juanmi 5 HP. Dr. O needs to maintain alive. And okay, it's APG versus APG. And Sanjo needs to stack here for Dr. O.
Ooh.
So it's friendly fire from the next round, Clement.
Yeah, does 60-second have the Samira too? That's going to be the big thing for that composition.
Okay.
We're going to have to check on that. I think Wanmi is pretty much at the end of the line for his composition. Even though he has 3 cost 3 stars.
Yeah. I think he found the Galio 3 here. Yeah?
Yeah.
There it is. No items, but obviously a good unit for the
gonna be
front
playing
line.
Dr. O. I don't think that's a winnable matchup. Oh, 60-second. That's the Samira 2 I was talking about.
You call it, yeah. So
Big fine for him.
Very strong. Sanjo strong and Dr. O, I mean, difficult. So this should be a win trade. No, a HP transfer. Is that okay? HP transfer.
Yeah, transfer is okay. It's good.
Okay, HP transfer here from Friendly Fire. So, I mean, I don't see 60-second transferring HP here. 60-second Decisive, he's the win-up player, so he just put the full cap out board. Renekton access to the backline. So they sacrifice one mate, and 60-second will be the player who will try to throw out.
That's Dr. O.
Okay.
Oh, and both Alpha Gaming players lose their respective battles against ROC.
Oh my god. So now it's perfect chance here for ROC.
Yeah.
He's going to play
all they need to do is
Sanjob.
does a Dr. O have any removers? Okay, he does have removers.
Dr. O Sanjob, yeah. Dr. O Sanjob. Sanjob just needs to transfer HP to Dr. O and then throw away 60-second in the matchup.
Oh, they're going to keep the removers. Sanyup is going to frontline his back.
Okay.
And because it's stage 6, I think if he can, he needs to lose by less than 7 units. If he loses by 6 units, it's fine.
Yeah, 60-second gets the goals. He should win here. And now very important for Dr. O not to lose. He's stronger. And there's 19 for Sanjob. This is perfect.
Yep, good trade here. So they managed to trade away a lot of their board, and that is going to keep Sign Up alive, even though Dr. O will win.
Nice.
60-second is out. Congratulations,
He lost to
ROC
the Ghost.
Esports.
He lost to the Ghost. ROC taking the win 2-0. Wins the series against Alpha Gaming. Clement, the best of the CN regions, are eliminated and will not go to the EWC. ROC taking a huge win. Dr. O, Panda, Araye, the young guns, the one that you say we're in the trend, winning cups, winning the new tournaments right now. They're in the peak level right now and playing amazing the 4v4. They take the win and have an additional chance to advance in the next game.
Sign Up for president. That was an amazing game from that Grief player. He did so many things to slow down Alpha Gaming. And when we thought he wasn't going to be able to survive, he was still able to get the Brom 3 in the end, turn the corner. And wow, this is huge. We are going to have a lot of the Saudi organizations potentially coming into this EWC event. Of course, Rock Esports, another Saudi esports org coming in here. Great performance by them.
Yeah, 100%. We will have a short break and then we'll be attempt with the rest of the games that we have today. Remember, this is elimination day to day, so very important for the future of who are the 3 teams that will qualify for EWC. So don't go away. We'll be right back with the final series of this day.
fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me now.
We're heading back into the loser brackets here for Group B between Zeta Division and NIP, Ninjas in Pajamas, two legendary FPS organizations now moving over to our favorite strategy game in Teamfight Tactics to see who gets to face up against 100 Thieves waiting for them higher on the bracket.
Yeah, so let's go directly to the game. This game has already started. The first game went to Ninjas and Pajamas, so they have the possibilities now to close it out. And now we're seeing Title, Summertime, Kaz, and Yatsuhashi trying to get not the best tournament so far for Zeta, having the 2 times world champion title as the leader. And now we're seeing that we're starting with a prismatic lobby in the first augment, Clement.
Very high cap, and taking a look, Yatsuhashi with a great wandering trainer. He has strategist and street demon at the same time. Well, I think we all know what he's going to be playing.
This is huge. Okay, so the amp board here, fully prepared, having good possibilities. He can play also, as you said, the street demon angle. He has good possibilities. Normally, you only play the amp here. Just try to go toward the 5 just because he's so huge. Caretaker is chosen pretty huge also for the late game. He can play tempo, but we're seeing that he's also angling here for the XOX Marksman Clown. So full tempo also here for Sikus. And the premium. The rapid fire crown here, Clement, in the start. So we know who's going to be the possible win-out player here for Ninjas in Pajamas.
Wow, Ninjas in Pajamas are so strong across the board. I think their compositions are very, very set. The Vexo, the Amp, the Rapid Fire, they all know where they're going. In the meantime, I feel like for Zeta, it's a little less clear which positions that they will be ultimately playing for. Just Title here trying to play full tempo, still has that 100 win streak, but now going up against a very strong opposition in Sichu.
Yeah, Sishu's pretty strong here. Carrying holding items here for the Aphelios in the Kindred, but I mean, it's just too much raw power here from Title. He has the buried treasure, so many units, so many items, and he hasn't slammed 4 components still. So he's just so strong that he doesn't need to, trying to roll the exact need and double prismatic Clement. So huge tempo and some crazy things will start to happen here. Sponging, pretty good. He has so many items that maybe doesn't make sense right now. And another marksman. Is this is it good? He already has the angle. I don't know if 2 are good.
Too many items, so
yeah, right?
Probably isn't the pick.
Yeah, Coronation's
great.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Like it. Okay, additional damage here. and we can really focus on a good carry. Piercing Lotus, not needing to have the shred right now, having the crit and the shred together. Another Piercing Lotus, so huge, getting that possibility to get utility. Coronation, as we saw here from Nandede. Chicus, roll the dice, so the prismatic Thief of Globe Thieves. Blazing Soul, playing Morgana, only 3 Morganas and 5 Poppies. So Cass in a normal position here. Let's see if he hits.
Yeah, this is a very high cap lobby, so you expect the Morgana comp to fall behind a little bit more.
Okay.
Let's see if he can find that stage 3 tempo, so critical.
Yeah. He needs to hit early, and he doesn't have any economy items here. Maybe Pipeline helping a little, but not so much.
Oh, Yasuhachi with the coronation. This means that if you have any of those hacked items that can split the Tactician's Crown, that's the 10th Street Demon that you're looking for.
Oh, and this setup from Lilu, really like it. He has the Tiniest Titan together with the Pipeline going to play Amp, so this is perfect. Huge HP, getting additional resources from Pipeline. He just needs to hit in the roll down that important Samira.
All right, is Tidal going to finally slam his items here? Looks like he still has a win on his hand, so he's going to hold on for now.
Okay.
Still not sure where he's going with this.
He has Flux, so maybe not premium to play the Seri Misfortune. Could be an angle. I think it's Seri Misfortune probably. I don't think he will try to grief or go to the marksman that is already taken. Yeah, so probably, Misfortune Seri.
All of these 4 costs are very coveted by the players here. Let's see which one they're going to go for.
Ooh, Lilo taking the Annie there.
Huge, as he's already on the amp line.
Yeah, it's perfect. Chicus getting also the Saya. Leona also taken. So Marksman, Vanguard happy. The Saya is probably a grief here from Chicus, just making sure he doesn't get the angle as soon as possible. AP, he can go for crit here, just getting a good Yumi. Obviously, in the amp line, you want an additional mana generation item, maybe the Nashor Tooth here, but you cannot wait so much. He can transfer items also to the Annie now.
Be a little bit stronger, or
60. He can keep losing. He said, I think he won. He will just try to save the remover. He knows he has Tiniest Titan, so a lot of HP to spare. And just try to do the full lose streak and make more gold.
He's going to hold on. Not too worried about things as he can regen his HP. Kez, on the other hand, taking a look at his Morgana count. He's rolling every turn right now, but still sitting on 4 Morganas.
Yeah, tough. Closer to the Poppy, but it's still not enough. Okay, and Yatsuhachi here. Not rolling, keeping himself in level 6. He doesn't have enough economy to try to do a 4-1, so maybe he will be delayed. So Hatsuhachi probably will roll in 4-2, and Liluo will have the chance to roll on 4-1 and try to get the lead on the premium units.
Yeah, both of these players are looking for those Nikos, especially, to anchor their compositions.
Trying to high roll the sack also with the Warmox could be a huge possibility. Okay, the Marksman was the one who got the Saya, so that Saya is holding the items for the Aphelios. Normally, Ginsu is not premium item on Saya, but works. And obviously, it's the best holder you have so far. Taking a huge win here. And obviously, Liluo trying to get this loss and make sure he gets the additional 3 gold right now and on neutrals.
I just want to clarify, this player is Leo Lee, who has always been confused with Lee Luo.
Leo, thank you, Clement.
Yeah,
Leo Lee.
No problem. Because they were 1 and 2 in set 6 World Championship. So forever, ever after, they were been confused with each other. But unfortunately, Lilo was just eliminated on Alpha Gaming. Leo Lee now gonna find his chance to, maybe get out of the shadow of Lilo.
Okay, Leo Lee now with the possibility of, maintaining that possibility. And remember, this is elimination match, so
The team that doesn't win this series is totally eliminated, and the other one has the chance to advance to tomorrow in the next game. We still have an additional game after this one, and the winner of this series will go up against 100 Thief to advance to tomorrow, and whoever gets eliminated there is no longer in the run for EWC. Here's the Roland, Yumi 2, trying to find some premium units. No Zac, no Samira. He needs to keep rolling. Renekton, not enough. No premium Clement so far. Okay, there's a Samira. Nice. Okay. Works out in the end. Final roll. Decides to go here for the Anima Visage. So good frontline items should go on the Echo. Maybe he has Echo 2, but he really wants to find that Zac and try to get additional bloodless right now.
He's going to go for the Lich Bane, so a little bit extra damage. Does not decide to slant his items against a teammate. Nandede is playing a bit more of a tempo composition here in the Vexo tech.
Okay.
So Lioli is happy to give him another round of HP. Triple Prismatics.
Triple Prismatic with Black Market. Binary is always good in AMP. So I think this is the option. No, he goes for Belt. So he wants to have a huge beefy front line here. Didn't find the Zac, so interested, invested. Just looking for gold here. And the possibility to hit Kess still hasn't hit the Morgana.
Oh, he took invested and I only saw 5 Morganas. That is a massive low roll for Zeta. Oh, but he finally gets it at the end. Okay.
Okay. Title with the tempo. Binary. So needs to drop the items here from the Seri Ryan Refractor. Good possibilities here to improve combat.
Calculated enhancement for Summertimer.
Okay.
Lots of misfortunes being taken away here. We see a very popular Marksman Morgana build from Sichu. Can strip away that armor. But none of his backline are 2 stars.
Okay, Nandede going for the Exotech, but so far it's only a Morgana. So Vex is doing Morgana cosplay right now, and he really needs to find it. I mean, Morgana is doing good work here, actually, with the Radiant Blue buff, but he needs the Vex too.
Rolled all the way to 10, did not find a Vex, so that's a worrying sign. Lioli going with the super Nico right here. Anima Visage with buffed up Warmogs. Love that play. Good synergy.
Nice. Trying to roll here for something additional. Gets the Garen. So has the Samira, has the Garen, doesn't need the Zac. So he will try to get the strategist modifier that is the most important. You get so many stacks, pure stats, that is so huge in a few units here.
6 strategists, not even 5.
Whoa.
For 6. I do anything, so
yeah, I mean the 6th one also has the strategy, so yeah, in the end is one. The 6th one is the dummy, so it's actually not doing anything at all.
yeah, very interesting. We saw a lot of this from Tidal as well, going with the MF Exotech line.
Okay.
This is Zeta's schematic. They play this almost every single game, which is Exotech with a Davidic Core from Yatsuhashi.
Okay.
Not working out for them, though.
Okay, now they're maintaining the win streaks. Cass finally finds everything 3-star, but remember, this is a triple prismatic, and he only has the basic 3-star that he needs in the comp, so Cass will probably get griefed once again here by Luli, and only gets an armor here. So I don't know. Cass is in a very difficult spot, and he's just trying to avoid getting 8th and trying to help the rest of the team in whatever way he can. Another deck will be the one preserving HP and with the possibility of transferring to the rest of the lobby. Win-up players, remember, Yatsuhashi with the amp, and Luli. Luli also with the possibility. Let's see if he managed to accomplish a good win-out.
Yeah, a lot of things falling on Kez's shoulders right here. I don't think he can survive. He's just in a free fall position. And we're taking a look at Yatsuhashi. Okay, he's coming off of the 6 strategist and now trying to play around this Brand. Brand is smaller because he does have an extra augment there. A lot of power on this board. Should be stable now.
He's also holding the amp units in the bench, so there's a possibility that he transfers his board into 5 amp. But obviously, right now, this is the chance. He's holding a Nafiri, he's holding the Nidali. So maybe he's just looking for the best angle possible. This board looks like the strongest so far, but in the other hand, Nandede maintaining with the possibility of maintaining the win streak. No, taking the hit, so the win streak is abolished, and now a good possibility for the rest. Kes only 9 HP, and this is probably the 8th for Zeta.
Yeah, he does manage to find that Bastion emblem, which is huge because now he has that 6 Bastion online. Was holding on to a pot. But it really depends on who he's going up against. Lioli, I don't think he can win. Nandede is still sitting on Vex 1, so there's a chance.
Okay.
And then Xiaoqi, we haven't seen his board in a while, so we'll find out if Kez is going to survive. Oh no, it's a 6 rapid fire already online, but no Renekton, so there's still a chance that he can defeat that. Lioli is the strongest one though.
Yeah, I mean, he has access to backline. This is good because that that Neko will not fall soon. So he needs to access the backline with the Morgana and have a chance. But no, the front line takes out. So Kes is going out 8th. And this is huge for Ninjas in Pyjamas already winning the first game. And Yatsuhashi already losing again. So if this is 7-8 for Zeta, it will be almost impossible for them to take the win here.
Absolutely. For Yatsuhashi, I think we're just waiting on that lucky drop. You know, it's already been triple prismatics. Does he have any way to conjure up that additional Street Demon? It doesn't look like it.
Is it enough?
Let's just take a look at his drops.
Yeah.
If his drops are good enough, maybe there's a chance for a win out. Any gold orbs? Nope. Okay.
Just need to finish maybe a little front line here. Fans Veigar doesn't do almost anything to Cyber Boss. Just trying to help the 6 as much as possible. Not the best carry right now, the 6. Normally in this a variation of the comp with Street Demons, with Teki, you're trying to find the Kobuko to help you. But also...
There's the Kobuko on Summer Timer.
Not in the place it should be. 27 HP. I mean, they have HP to play.
Yeah.
So let's see, maybe they can try to help Yatsuhashi not go 7th here.
Enemy still does not have the Renekton, is using the Zed instead. Can they target the Zed at this point?
Yeah, set from 1.
Already down. Grand with a big shot, doesn't finish off the Draven, and no, Yatsuhashi takes another big loss.
Yeah, and if he takes another one like this, 14 HP is not enough. It could be 1 life away. Lioli taking a huge win here with the win streak. Summertime also good. Nandede, Summertime are the ones that can transfer HP now to the rest of the team. And let's see if this is enough. Summertime's pretty good. 60 Vinicorp, not a comp that we are used to see. Finds a Varus 3-star, so Nandede will keep himself very, very healthy. And now with the Vex 2, this is one of the best boards so far.
Yep, full item slam on his part. Yatsuhashi goes level 9 and finds the 2-star Viego. Does he fit it onto his board? Okay, it is on his board at the moment. Going up against his teammate, though, in Summer Timer. And it looks like Summer Timer's front line is just a bit stronger at the moment. That Renekton with some good rolls on the Thief's Gloves with the Warmox is going to go into the back line, but he will survive. It is a 2-unit loss here. Still a chance.
Yeah, good chance there. Xiaoqi also losing here. So this is the option for Zeta. They need to send Xiaoqi 7th to have a good possibility and then fight it out in the upper stages of the lobby.
Ooh, Xiaoqi's still looking pretty strong, though, in that position. There is a chance, now that he is level 10, there is a chance that there is just a Street Demon emblem here.
Okay, okay. Going for that 10th Street Demon could be a good cap-out possibility. Obviously, 7 is pretty good.
Going up against a Ghost.
Okay, a breather here. Important for Zeta is Nandede. This is a pretty strong Ghost.
Yeah. Oh, but a big shot by Brand, and Viego is into the backline already. Doesn't finish off the Vex, just transfers a lot of mana to her. Finally goes down to the brand hit.
Arus?
Backline assassination works.
Okay. Oh, and Xiaoqi taking the loss here. This is the hope of Zeta to prolong this series. And now,
There is an emblem, but no Street Demons.
yeah,
Big Zac on the board.
Syndicate not good. Xiaoqi taking the sack. I believe he didn't have one already. He's playing the 6 rapid fire. Normally not a priority to get the sack in, but obviously Griffin the sack is good. I'm getting a good defensive unit here just to give a little more time to the rapid fire to ramp up.
Tidal also in free fall, so there's a chance that Tidal and Yatsuhashi both drop in the next round. We do have to take a look at Tidal's board. It's been a while.
Okay.
12 HP at the moment here. I think his board is one of the weaker ones that we've seen across the lobby, but is going to go into level 10. So just trying to get that strength through numbers here.
Okay. Making sense. Getting the Saya too just for fun. Normally not the combo we used to see. Playing the Seri plus Misfortune plus the Saya and just playing flexible here, Tidal. And very important, Clement, whoever goes 7th here will define the rest of the lobby. If Yatsuhachi goes 7 or Tidal, this is a very dire spot for Zeta and could be the series for Ninjas and Pyjamas.
That Nico is so massive in the front line right here, taking a lot of the damage. Samira still alive. Brand throws out his ultimate, but isn't able to take him down.
Alone. He's down. Xiaoxi also
back
falls
to
down,
full.
but Yatsuhashi places lower. Minus
Tidal
11
out
HP.
though.
Oh my god. It's over.
Yeah, Tidal out and it's done. Just like that.
Oh my
Only
god.
Summertimer alive.
So difficult here for Zeta, sending 3 players, Ninjas and Pyjamas. And now we have to see the rest. Summertime trying to get here the cap out, but even if Summertime takes the first here, Clement, is just not enough. Huge win once again from Ninjas and Pyjamas, making sure they diminish the possibility of win-out players from Zeta, and Tidal just didn't have enough gas. It was tempo play, but just a 5th is just not enough.
Yeah, I think Zeta came in with a very interesting strategy. Every time we watch their games, they actually have a very set schematic, meaning that they know which player is going to play what comp. We always saw Tidal playing with the MF Zeri. We always saw Summertimer playing with the Divinicorp, and there was always one player on Morgana. But unfortunately, even though it's a very efficient schematic, they had a free fall player and no clear win outs. So they ended up being completely out-tempoed here by Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Wow. Okay, Nandede also playing great tempo. Didn't even need to transfer HP. Just naturally, organically taking the win here. Chicus also playing a good defense here with the Marksman, taking out units from Tidal, who didn't find that Misfortune too. And in the end, only getting a 5th. So great win. I mean, good play here from Ninjas and Pyjamas. And once again, we're losing Tidal. We're losing Zeta Division, and they will not be advancing to EWC.
That means that there's 2 teams that were previously at EWC not being able to punch their trips back to Riyadh anymore. And also on the exciting side, a lot of new faces, new possibilities being opened up at this year's event. Looking across NIP's comps, I just want to say that I feel like their comps were much stronger and they had a much clearer direction to start the game. It always seemed a little bit difficult in such a high resource lobby for Zeta to be playing a lot of these sort of B-tier compositions.
Yeah. Last representative here, Summertime already losing also. Divinicorp is also not a cap-out board unless you have I don't know, the ideal scenario on that Renekton. So huge win once again here for Ninjas and Pyjamas, taking the series, Clement, 2-0 against Zeta. Tidal gets eliminated, and the rest of the players, the CN representative here, taking the win. Alpha Gaming didn't make it, but Ninjas and Pyjamas with Chicus, Nandede, Xiaoqi, and Liuli taking the win and advancing, and will be the team contesting for the final place for tomorrow against 100 Thief. That's the game that we will be seeing next.
I'm so happy for members on Ninjas in Pajamas. We talked about their story. This is the team that really showed up in the Macau Open Finals. Xiaoqi 5th place at that event. Sichu, of course, the champion of the Macau Open. And it's great to see them continue that momentum, because before that event, nobody really knew who they were. They were complete unknowns, but they managed to roll on. We're going to be taking a look at the bracket so far. That's going to be Ninjas in Pajamas going up against 100 Thieves. Only one of them will be able to move on into the qualified of stage 2, and unfortunately the loser will meet the end of the road.
Yeah, 100 Thief Ninja Pajamas, the last game of today, and congratulate Al Qadisiyah are the ones who already qualified to stage 2. And remember, tomorrow we'll have more games, and we'll decide against 4 teams which are the 3 that will be advancing. But of course, Clement, the most important is right now we'll have that hype game with 100 Thief going up against Ninjas at Pajamas for that last spot for tomorrow. And I mean, so many upsets so far. And this is the last one, the last chance for 100 Thief to qualify and have a chance to go to EWC now in August.
Oh, this is what you've all been waiting for. It comes all down to this. We're going to be taking a very short break, and when we come back, 100 Thieves versus Ninjas in Pajamas.
Two, one, go. Three, two, one, go. 2, 1, go. Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I know one of life antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon.
Welcome back to day 2 of the Teamfight Tactics Global Qualifiers on the road to EWC. I'm Casanova, joined by Clement Chu, and we've got a really great game to close out the day. We'll finally have our last team advancing to phase 2 of this tournament, and it's going to be 100 Thieves versus Ninjas in Pajamas. This is going to be a crazy matchup. 100 Thieves, I don't think people expected to find them in this spot. First, we'll take a look at that team, Group A, and we see Team Kurimex as well playing against ROC Esports here. Will be in their final match, trying to advance to stage 2 as well.
Yep, that matchup is you can find it elsewhere. Right now, we're gonna be focusing on 100 Thieves versus Ninjas in Pajamas, who very interestingly have the same path towards this final destination, because they both beat Zeta Division and then lost to Al Qudsiya Esports. So we have a lot of comparisons that we can kind of make between these matches. If I look at the records overall, I do have to say 100 Thieves did appear a little bit stronger, being able to take Al Qudsiya to 3 games and also having a more dominating win against Zeta so far.
Yeah, I mean, they've looked strong throughout the entire tournament. I as I was saying, I do feel like it's surprising to see them in a position where they're kind of back against the wall. They have to find this one more win or else they are just done. This is a team we kind of expected to make it through in the Americas qualifier, and they were not able to get it done there and have found themselves in the global qualifier. And now, once again, back against the wall, one more chance, and they've got to take down Ninjas in Pajamas to actually get there. So we'll see if 100 Thieves with their 3 tactician crowns, 2 on Dish Soap, 1 on Replay, can actually get this done.
You can never count the underdogs out is what Dish Soap's story in 4v4 has really told us. You know, last time at EWC had a very disappointing dropout against Z10 on Fnatic, and of course this time also falling to Kurum and Al Qudsiya, both of which you always kind of consider 100 Thieves as the sort of heavy favorites, as you were mentioning.
Yeah, it's really hard to look at this roster and into any given matchup and be like, oh yeah, they're the underdog, right? I mean, it's especially just with Dish Soap in the past few sets, right? 2 out of the 3 last Tactician's crowns, he's been the one to take it down. I mean, he and Tidal are the only players with 2 crowns apiece. So even just seeing Dish Soap's name on the roster, you start to feel like this team should be slightly favored. And then on top of that, you get Replay Spencer and Kiyun to back him up.
3 Anima start already for Dish Soap. I want to continue on that storyline about very strong individual performances. I think where it translates to 4v4 is 100 Thieves. They just have the best scrappers. The way they typically play, Spencer is on Morgana duty, there's 1 AMP player, and there's 2 other players that are just scrapping for placements. Those 2 players, because they're such good individual players, are usually out-tempoing their opponents, and that's kind of how they try to win their games.
And we saw, Mouse was actually the other team that has looked really good doing that as well, especially earlier today. Solo Gasong was the one basically just dominating with that tempo play and scrapping so many extra placements because of it. But with this matchup, we are starting with Prismatics, kind of upping the variance. We saw a potential rapid fire pickup. I'm not sure which board that was on, but I do feel like that seems to be a pretty easy option to take. It is going to be Kiyun. The power of this crest, I mean, we see it in every game. I don't know how we're seeing it every game, Clement, but every time it is showing up, and it's usually winning out. That was Golden Ox.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Yeah, Golden Ox very hard to pull off on 14.4. This is a high cap board, but you need the tempo to get the extra gold, and you also need to end up on a lot of level 9s. You need the Garen and the Zac to really reach it. So super interesting that we're seeing that. But of course, if you want a high cap board, this would be the encounter to do it. 2 augments on stage 2 to play with.
All right, this is pretty nice from Dish Soap, grabbing the hedge fund and having AP items to start. I think Dish Soap likely gonna go for near open fort, right? Try and full loss streak. Look to be the amp player for this team.
Yeah, that's most likely the answer we're gonna see here. Nandada slamming all of his items, and I do want to point out this is the secret ace for Ninjas in Pajamas. He has won both of the games against Zeta, and the way he does it is he really likes to play some of those off comps. Like he won both games on Vexotech, which is not something you usually see.
And he's the one, if I'm not mistaken, playing the Golden Ox this time. So you said off comps. I mean, certainly on this patch, Golden Ox is not being played that frequently. In fact, I don't think we've seen a full Golden Ox game on stream yet during this qualifiers, at least not that I can remember. So it is at
Did have
least
one game.
very rare.
And it went 8th, so
Okay, well, that's probably why I don't remember.
yeah. It was not particularly eventful, so
Yeah,
hopefully
we'll
Nandada
see
can
if-
give us a better one.
Exactly. We'll see if he can outplace 8th this time around. I mean, it's not a high bar, Clement, for Nandada to get over this time around, but we will be getting our next augment selection onto 3 here. It is going to be earlier augments.
Really good finds for him as well, as he is able to hit 4 golden ox already with a Vi 2. So he's not trying to save up as much interest, just trying to get extra gold with kills.
Yeah. Looking at our early win streaks. It's like Xiaoqi, Replay, and Nandada will be the 3 holding the win streaks for now. Second augment
Yes.
selection.
Well, has upward mobility, so can't really go for the rerolls. I believe this is Spencer's board. Yep, loose streaking to start.
Replication. Looks like we got the gorilla as a potential opening. And it's gonna be prep for Lilu. Or Luli, sorry. Other one.
Yeah. Other good CN player that
The other
at 6. Yeah.
incredible CN player from set 6, where it tripped up many a caster during that tournament.
Fully expected. Okay, this should be 2 forecast board, I'm guessing. Already with the early Leona and Spoils of War. Wow, very synergistic to the opening that he's going for.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really good start. He's already getting all the extra gold just from the golden ox takedowns and getting to compound with the Spoils of War, especially because these tempo slams, I mean, look at this. Nasher's Tooth, and he's going to be grabbing Shred, so just pretty anti-synergistic, but just trying to have as much power as possible.
Really good win against Replay, who was playing the 2 trick, so he had a 2-star 2 cost with a Radiant item, and Nandada is still able to take that down.
We have a couple Cypher units on the board straight away. Disho does just want the tier, though, going for the amp line. At least that is our assumption. He had 1 tier, so that would be his blue buff. That does open up for 2 NIP players to pick up the Cyphers. I'm not sure if either of them has a direct spot for it, but it at least opens up the line to either of them.
Yeah, I do want to check in on Xiaoqi with that 100 HP so far. Don't really remember his board off the top of my head, so we can check that one for the win streak.
Quality over quantity.
Oh, okay. So 2 Radiant item players on the board here.
Yeah, Replay, I believe, was the other one who has the quality over quantity.
2 tricking into a Rost into the front line. Really like his items. You know, I'm gonna miss you, Static Shiv, but you are the best quality over quantity holder.
All right, so Shachi going up against Dish Up. This should be an easy win. If you can avoid Nandada throughout this stage and keep 200 streakers going into stage 3, it would be massive for NIP.
2 loose streakers for 100 Thieves. Kiyun did slam his items, but not finding any luck so far in the matchups. This is interesting for Disop. He has a lot of gold to play into a Tempo Morgana, or he could just continue to level into what's a more traditional AMP line. Well, it looks like the AMP is probably on the cards with that Nidalee.
Yeah. I like it a lot. I like the hedge fund into amp line because I think rolling first is so important for the line in this tournament. You're always going to have someone contest on the other side. And just being the first to roll and being that far ahead, it might even scare NIP off the line because no one can get remotely close to the speed at which he can get to 8 and start rolling.
Yeah, that's so true. Big win, big lose streak into level 8 roll down. We'll catch that later on. This is very important for Nandada as he does not run into his teammate. So 200 streaks.
Yeah, that's massive.
In pajamas. Absolutely. This is going to give them great tempo going forward. And Xiaoqi with the Bromtu. Damn, that's going to be hard to take down.
Yeah, this front line is pretty gross. And I mean, the quality over quantity is just going to make the tempo even higher for this. Because next item potentially just gets to be slammed on a Braum 2 for the front line. Very, very strong. I'm actually interested with Xiaoqi being able to potentially contest the Annies for Dish Soap because the Golden Ox is win streaking, making all that extra gold from the takedowns, the kills with the Spoils of War as well. So you're just kind of compounding. So maybe a similar roll down to Dish Soap. It probably doesn't catch Hedge Fund, but at least at a timing that you can potentially contest some Annies, since you will want them for that line as well. Maybe a world to slow down Dish Soap.
True. This amp line has been kind of the king in all of our matchups so far. And I want to take a look at the streaks on Spencer, because Lioli has I believe he was full open. And yeah, Lioli actually able to snipe both of the 100 Thief lose streaks here. So just in terms of the tempo in the streaks, a very strong start from Ninjas.
Yeah, pretty deep roll down for Spencer here, actually. Does end up just going to 30, but just 2 away from Seraphine, very far from Mundo.
And we do have to mention that on 14.4, Gorilla is not as strong as on 14.5. Seraphine isn't as strong. Alistar hasn't been buffed. So far, we've been seeing this as more of a top 4 type of composition coming into the 4v4 format. I don't believe we've seen a Gorilla comp actually place above 3rd so far.
Not that I can remember either. Generally looking at around there. It's done pretty well at doing exactly that, like making that top 4. But yeah, as you're saying, it's not the cap out. As we still see NIP keeping their win streaks here on 3-2. And we have our final augment selection. So already seeing some of these directions take shape. Just silvers though.
I'm getting scared of Pandora's bench. That's exactly how Volta has been able to send everyone to the losers bracket. Like that, basically, we should call it Volta's bench from now on. I've seen him at TAC rounds, at even 4v4s so many times.
He loves it.
Yeah. So many lucky rolls with that.
All right, Dish gonna full sell, keeps the Nidalee, of course.
Okay, Spencer is going to go for that Gorilla comp. Really important for him to hit his tempo here. Be massive if he's able to break Nandado's win streak on level 6 already. Going to slam all of his items to make that happen.
Yeah, let's see if he can high roll this Pandora's bench as well. It's another great way for 100 Thieves to make a big splash in this game. If Spencer can flip around his stage 3 by hitting some of these 3 stars right away, and Alistar would be massive on this roll. Boom.
Oh, you called it.
Boom. You're welcome, 100 Thieves.
Scripted. Really good.
I mean, that's a big way for Spencer to be able to turn around his stage 3 and actually start saving some more life for 100 Thieves, because right now Dish Soap is having the full open, Spencer's very low already, and the 100 streaks are both in the favor of NIP. The game is starting to run away already, and they do have good potential to win out, but just overall there's a massive life deficit.
Yeah, but I think there's a lot of stabilization coming in. Replay hit Recombobb into quality over quantity. So he has a 4-cost 2-star right now on his board.
That's big.
With Radiant items. Absolutely massive find. Though, is Xiaoqi really just not going to run into Nando though this entire time? Really?
I don't know. It looks like they finally did, or was that replay taking down Nandita? Replay took down Nandita. Okay. So that was the 2-star 4-cost with the Radiant item. Did you see which one it was, or do we just need to take a look at replays? It's Zig. Oh, that's a little bit of a bummer, but it's still a 2-star 4-cost, of course.
Still pretty good. A good user of that Radiant static shift, so he's going to take that one.
That's true. That's a great point.
Oh, good deny by Spencer here as well. Suchu trying to aim for that marksman build, going for the Aphelios, and Spencer's just like, nope, you're not getting that one. Xiaoqi now with the only 100 HP left.
Oh, okay, Sichuani for the front line as well. That's massive. I mean, I can see this guy winning for a little bit. I think this is a great way to just build up a massive amount of econ, get a nice win streak here through stage 3. Only one loss so far. It was earlier in stage 2, so it should be an easy way to keep this. Dish Soap hitting level 7 on 3-5. I imagine he's still at full econ as well. So Dish Soap's level 8 is going to come very quickly.
This is kind of insane. I don't think I've seen many 3-2s double 4 costs off a Recombobulator. It's going to be incredibly strong. And if you just look at these 2 4 costs, he's actually making Dish Soap's roll down that much easier because he's taking basically 6 copies off of the board that AMP board doesn't need to use. So if Dish Soap can get his roll down before the Nanda to roll down, that's going to be huge for those Annies.
He should be able to as well, right? Because we saw him hit 7 on 3-5, and I think he's just leveling with his extra gold. So he should have like 100 gold in the bank right now, ready to go 8.
Yeah, also has that. Oh, this is Lily's board. Lily playing a little bit of the Cypher. He was the lose streak player. So a lot of things are going to happen on to that creep round.
There's
Spencer finally getting hit.
Started to win as soon as he found the Alistar. It's big. And here's Dish Soap.
All right, so Xiaoqi is going to end up with a 10 win streak, I believe. Oh, wait a minute. There is that 5 cost on the board, but is it enough? I don't think so against these Radiant items.
It's good though. Last loss for Dish Soap. Now we'll look for the big roll down 4-1.
Here we go.
The win out angle. I wonder if he goes for it. Lulu is also going to get the... Or Lily is also going to get the cash out here. 148.
Oh,
all right, there's the cash. Dish goes 8. See if Dish goes for the full roll down here.
Yeah, both of these players going for amp. It's going to be about who can find those Annies and Nico's first.
He's got a pair. Nico 2.
That's huge.
Yumi 2. Not a hard one to hit, but it's nice to have the backline already coming online. Annie 2 for Lily.
Lily slightly ahead in the count, but I don't think he has any Nikos, though.
He's got 2 on the bench. I don't see one on the board. I don't think there's one on the board. So 3 Street even is in. No, it was not on the board, but he still has a lot of gold to roll. Dish Soap, I'm seeing a bunch of things hit, but I didn't see the Annie. There it is.
Okay, so that means Dish Soap should be stable.
There's so many things being hit on this 4-1. Everybody was rolling down. This board does look pretty stable for Dish. Also for Luli. Better items for Dish Soap, though. Spencer finds Mundo.
All right, we're going to have to pay more attention to the 2 members on the bottom. They're both trying to contest on the same line. So whoever manages to stabilize could transfer themselves into a win-out player. He's going up against Xiaoqi.
Even be able to find a single Annie.
Yeah.
Luli and Dish Soap have both 2-starred theirs.
Imagine not being able to get that 6 Golden Ox online.
Yeah, I mean, could be tough.
Last augment for Dish. He doesn't really need pair of 4s. Blazing... oh, goes for it?
Goes for it.
Okay. Sorry to PP God for my transgressions. I really want to see how he rounds out the line. It's 6 Golden Ox, so he does find the Viego and the Annie as well.
Yeah, the Annie one. I thought that was going to be the struggle actually over the Viego, considering how many Annies are getting pulled out of the pool, but finding both is big.
Suchi also finding himself in trouble. Let's see the line that he ended up with. It looked like a marksman line to begin with, but then he did transfer into the MF and Zeri line. Already
found
with a lot
the
of full
carries. The carries are there, but the front line is lacking. And it might just be too much. Yeah, the front line not enough, making that Ascension almost worthless. And ends up taking another loss. 6 loss streak, not able to find any recovery.
Both of our A&P players moving up the standings in Lily and Dissoap. Kiyun, I think he should be stable at this point. It's a key thing to see if he gets the Renekton. 6 rapid fire already online. And the Kiyun special of hitting Urgot 2s on level 8 might strike again.
Yeah, was it Kiyun that played the rapid fire Urgot last time we saw it? I'm trying to remember, but someone had to play a rapid fire Urgot yesterday that ended up being okay, but it didn't fully win out. And Kiyun, once again, kind of finding that spot where the Renektons just won't show up.
It was Kiyun for sure. I remember that one. Meantime,
Z2 at least as that item carrier.
yeah.
Onto to having 3 full items for this Aphelios. Still though, our AMP players have hit hard and they are starting to just win out against everybody they run into. Very close fight here though, but the Tibbers does come down and that is plenty for Dish Soap to hold on.
There is a Shamira right in front of Dish Soap. Should be able to snag that one up. Get the
That's
5
big.
amp.
Yeah, it's also with a rod, which I think can finish up Annie's items. You can just go Death Cap in this spot. I think it was an open rod on Annie. Just to finish the 3 item carry. So works out pretty nicely. The component can just kind of slot into the composition alongside being the 5th amp, the exact unit that you need to be able to feel comfortable to push level 9.
And Dish Soap still has a lot of gold. He was holding on to 60 gold, so recognizing that he's already stable.
Wow, just gonna go 9 now. Not looking to save anything from there. Knows that he can just get so much power online. And finds a Zac. Now he can just start rolling that Zac on 9. Find the Viego upgrade, the Zac upgrade, the Samira upgrade. Just all of it on 9 with the blob stacking up. Perfect time to hit that Zac.
And so does Lily find the Zac as well, keeping it on his bench for now. Gonna be taking a look at Spencer's artifact. It hits the mana Zane.
That's very nice. It's a good way to try and scale up this comp a little bit more. The items for Mundo having the Spirit Visage, very nice. No Warmogs, so not the perfect items, but very strong items overall. I think that Dragon Claw actually having a lot of value in this lobby as well. And Spencer looks like actually going to be... Oh, it's so close. The Mundo.
There's one. Mundo with the cleaver.
Can he cast? He's healing so much, but no! Spencer almost able to deal some damage to Luli, but not quite able to get it. But NIP at the bottom of the standing, still not able to stabilize.
It looks like Suchu might just be in free fall mode. The boards are so strong at this point. I don't see Suchu's very sort of pedestrian level 8 board being able to hold on anymore. This might be an 8th place for NIP.
Luli finding Garen 2 as well. Garen 2 trying to potentially find the strategist upgrade for the Annie. So 22 was found here, but the frontline items are so soft here.
Yeah, I feel like both of these boards from NIP are starting to fall off. Shaoqi going with the Anaba, but not really hitting a lot of those upgrades.
Ascension finally popping. That's... It's a big win, I guess. Maybe you can outlive Spencer in this spot, who's down to 20 life. But I feel like Spencer's board is pretty reasonable. It's not horrible. I don't think he's going to be in free fall, but I guess it is 4 losses on stage 4. I mean, maybe he just can't beat anybody.
It's going to come down a lot to positioning, you know, with that Mana Zane. If he can snipe out Suchu's backline, he can definitely keep himself in the game. And of course, he has 1 extra life over Suchu. Suchu, once he loses, it's GG. He just goes 8. Spencer still able to hold on, even if that does happen to him. 20 HP. I think it's pretty clear that in this lobby, the win-out players are likely going to be Nandada and Kiyun. So those are the most dangerous players. But whoever gets 8th place puts their team in a massive deficit.
Yeah, we'll also have to see how high the amp boards can cap, right? Luli and Dish Soap potentially having a lot of power. Mord 3. That could stabilize the front line. I mean, that was the weakness of the board. Gets a 3rd item on it. I mean, maybe this is a spot, but Dish Soap is really strong. Just finds the Zac 2. Question is,
bad
how long
rolls
can
on
that
this
Mordekaiser live?
Yeah. Does have Corrupted as well. But I think the damage gap is pretty massive. Even with Samira on some bad rolls.
It's still not close. It's still not close, and he's going to go down. Spencer loses as well, but doesn't really matter. I mean, Spencer at least has locked up 7th place. Does not take the 8th. NIP going to have to look for the win. And it's going to be tough. I mean, there's Dish Soap and Kiyun as potential win-out angles.
A lot of power on these boards. It's been a while since we've seen Nandede, and he's been rocking this 6 Ox Force for a long time. Already on 44 stacks.
He's level 10.
Wow. It's one of the few lobbies where I don't feel like a 6 rapid fire board is an auto win.
Yeah, I think you're right. Nandede feels like he's in a very, very good position with the 6 golden ox. Level 10. 2 +1s in as well. Going up against Spencer. This should be Spencer's last fight. Pushed a lot of levels. There's still some upgrades missing, but it's plenty to deal with Spencer's board. Kiyun takes a loss to replay, it looks like.
But Nandede is actually losing right now. Might have been losing to Dish Soap, I think. Lost to Lil Lee, so probably trying to keep his teammates alive. Lil Lee also with only 8 stacks so far.
Yeah, not a
sorry.
lot of blobs, but it was upgraded. This is Dish Soap's board, right? Dish Soap's board had 8 blobs.
Here are the amp players against each other. Should be advantageous towards Dish Soap. Samira not with the best items, but it is a Samira 2 nonetheless. And that Zac still hasn't popped.
Dish Soap is just way ahead when it comes to the amp boards. As we see Kiyun taking another hit, falling very low.
Wow. Kiyun
Luli and Nandede both losing as well. A lot of the boards we were expecting to potentially win out from here. It's possible that some of these are sacrifices. Trying to keep the life totals high on maybe some of their weaker members. Kiyun finally gets a Renekton. I'm not sure that he even had one yet. Looks like he doesn't, at least on the board.
Really surprised, both Nandede and Kiyun falling down. All right, instant swap. That's what you do. Z2, goodbye.
I mean, this is essentially the full power. I mean, until you can get the Renekton 2. There's the pair for Kiyun. Gonna start slamming the items down.
Kind of lacking on a lot of these items here. And upgrades as well. 1-star Renekton.
Fighting Dish. Dish had the removers. No itemized carries, so he is going to sack for Kiyun. But it's tough to have to sacrifice one of the lives, as both of them kind of looking to be the 1-2 potential for 100 Thieves. It's a lot of HP that Dish Soap's going to lose as well, because they played it very safe. So he takes a huge hit, and now he's definitely 1 life.
Nandede also on 1 life as well with the 6 Ox Force. He was hitting level 10 very early on, but surprise. Losing to Xiaoqi could have been intentional.
Like he sacked. Yeah. He likely sacked.
Wow, that was huge for Dish Soap as well. He had to use 2 removers to keep Kiyun in the game. And there's a lot of players that could go down. 3 players that could just drop in this one single fight.
Kiyun sells. He's playing 8 out of 9 so that he can have the Renekton 2. That is a massive upgrade.
Absolutely is. Has to go up against another teammate. Should be stronger than Replay at this point. Replay has a lot of HP to spare. 32 on the board. Renekton goes into the back line.
Stunned. It's so close, actually. The cast. Oh my. That would have killed. That would have killed, and Kiyun would have gone down. Such a massive win. Blue League goes down to 1. Finds
this is such a nail biter.
Another strat mod. I'm curious what they have. It looks like there's one on Annie. I'm gonna assume strat mod for that as well. It could be Street Demon.
Finally gonna get the Zac in for some extra stacks. Probably gonna switch back into the extra strategist with Ziggs later on. Just wants to get a free reroll. Now is the time for him to finally get some of those Samira items. Was only rocking the Static Shiv.
Going for blobs. Finally gets a Yumi too. I guess he didn't have that. Might have sold it at some point and for just a single copy. Try and fit some of these 5 costs.
I feel like you have to risk it. Thief's Gloves is there. Now just gonna go for the IE. And there 4 members on 1 life. Here we go. This is Yoon 6 rapid fire
versus Luli. This is that very strong amp board, but this is 6 rapid fire. The Renekton 2 is online, but the damage, the Zeri is down. It's just Renekton. It's not good enough. It's not good enough. Kiyun goes down. Dish Soap goes down.
Soap down.
And that's just NIP winning. NIP takes this game out of nowhere. The 2 players from 100 Thieves that felt like they should be playing for 1 and 2 both fall down in 5th and 6th. That's one of the worst placements we've seen from the 6 rapid fire board. It's just these very high caps coming out of NIP, picking up the 6 golden ox, having the Garen online for so long.
I'm at a loss of words. Wow, 6 rapid fire, basically known as the strongest comp in this patch on 14.4, unnerved. But as we just saw, there was that Annie positioning that was able to snipe out the Zeri onto the backline just with those spreaded effects. And that massive win out loss, great sacking, I would say, from Nanda De. He sacked all the way from 30 HP down to 11, preserving Xiaoqi's life. They get the tempo win over 100 Thieves, and they push them to the brink.
Yeah, I mean, the Garen being a part of Luli's board as well, turning that amp board into something that could take down the rapid fires by having strategist Samira. I have to imagine it was strategist Annie as well to have all that extra damage.
We kind of knew that Nanda De was in the strongest position just from the get-go, with great early finds on 4 golden ox, win streak items, that Vi 2. So it was a difficult position. I think it was an uphill battle for 100 Thieves from the get-go. But very unfortunate that they weren't able to get any closer. Replay falls down.
Replay. NIP taking 100 Thieves down in game 1. 100 Thieves, we said, already back up against the wall, having to be on yet another elimination match. But now it's elimination point. They lose one more game, and 100 Thieves will not be going directly to EWC. They will not be going to EWC at all. They need this win to make it to stage 2.
Yeah, and I have to say, this is giving me a lot of chills because it feels so similar to what we see in EWC 2024, where Z10, Alan ZQ, they just wanted to play prismatic augments, make sure the game variance was as high as possible. And honestly, this is kind of the same thing, again, that we see from Ninjas and Pajamas. They get some very clear win-out player to start the game off in Nanda De with a massive win streak into Spoils of War to get going. They get a huge role in terms of the win streaks. Those 2 players players did not meet each other until I believe like the 9th or 10th rounds into the game. So they were already at a massive tempo advantage. They had locked first place, 100 Thieves in an uphill battle. And unfortunately, I didn't think Kiyun found enough good rolls. Very, very late Renekton meant he bled out a lot and didn't find Cypher early either.
All right, well, we still have at least one more game to play. 100 Thieves back up against the wall. We're going to go to a short break, but when we come back, we will see if they can climb the mountain that is Ninjas in Pajamas. Don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss this. We are back with the TFT Global Qualifiers on the road to EWC. I'm Casanova, joined by Clement Chu, and we just saw NIP taking it to 100 Thieves, getting the first game in this best of 3 series. Winner gets a chance to go to phase 2, where they'll be able to fight for a spot at the Esports World Cup. Loser goes home. So 100 Thieves, one more loss, and they are out of here, which seems unheard of when you look at this roster. It seemed like they would be a shoe-in to make it to EWC, but that has not been the case.
Yeah, we do have to talk about the underdogs here in NIP, and because when I was looking at this roster, I didn't think they stood a chance. 2 of their players actually come over from the Fight for Golden Spatula circuit, so that means most of the time they're not even playing on a computer. They're playing on mobile version of TFT, both in Shaoqi and Nandede. But, Nandede was able to make his first TAC crown in set 13, went 18th place. And right now, he has won 3 games in a row for his team, going first place all 3 times and knocking title out. And now poised to knock another 3 TAC crown winners out at the same time. It's been an amazing run for him.
Yeah, meanwhile, we're getting this update here. ROC up 1 game over Team Kuramax. So right now, today has not been very positive for the Americas rosters. They had a really great day 1. It felt like they were just going to run away with it. They looked dominant in both of their series, but this time around, they've dropped down to the lower side, and they are struggling.
A lot of sweaty palms, I know, on Prestavin's stream right now. Americas, you guys have to get together. You guys have to donate your energy, put your hands in the air, make sure Dissoap and Kurum receives that. I just want all these series to go to a game through. I love 4v4. There is a lot of variance, however. So, the more games we get, I think it's better.
Hey, you mentioned variance, Clemens.
Uh-oh.
How about the emblems to start the game? You really shouldn't have said anything, buddy. You really shouldn't have said anything.
No. I'm getting so much PTSD. This is exactly how Z10 beat Fnatic.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Fnatic losing to Z10 off of the high variance games. Z10 wanted those games. They opted into them. They stood on portals that would add as much variance as possible. And they took the win by doing so. They had a great time. And this is now, Clement, you got to walk me through some of these golems.
All right.
Where
so
are we seeing the power?
Ones we have to look at. Rapid fire sounds good, but like the real killers in this lobby are going to be the Anima and Street Demons, because you can hit those on level 9 without going level 10. And realistically, some of these players could be winning a game on 2-1. Once you lock in that extra augment on 2-1, I hope it's a silver and nobody gets to get emblems, but there's a very high chance that Kiyun just gets 2 Street Demon 2-1.
Yeah, he actually is. Kiyun has the chance for either, right? He can find either Street Demon or Anima and get there.
Yeah.
Which I think is actually, normally this combo, it's not helpful. It doesn't really do anything. But the fact that it's giving you 2 chances to actually hit the potential full cap out does make it a bit more interesting, a bit more intriguing. But overall, this golem for Kiyun, not phenomenal, I guess, right? It's just good because of the win out potential.
And if you look at the chances for a spatula, there's about a 25% chance in the early stage 2 and stage 3. Yes, silvers. Only branching out will do it. Oh no, branching out.
There was a branching out. I didn't see what board that was. There was a branching out.
I think silvers is the best that could happen. I'll just finish my point quickly. In stage 2 and stage 3, accumulatively, there's about a 25% chance you're going to find an extra spatula. So there's a very high chance that these Anima or Street Demon players are going to intentionally lose streak to get that just right off of carousel.
Yeah. You're going to see
button mash
with a +1 Bastion. Young Wild and Free was picked up. That's big. Look for the spats.
Latent Forge, okay. Branching out. Dynamo, okay. It's okay. It's not Anima. And I believe you already reforged. So we're not going to see an instant win. No instant wins. We're good.
Yeah, yet. We say. We have a carousel coming up. We have to wait until that before we can say for sure.
Dissoap also uses Reforger. Oh, there's no Reforger. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. I'm getting a little bit caught up in my emotions. This is giving me tons of flashback. A lot of them not very pleasant. big picture is no instant wins. Kiyun likely, like he can actually win streak because he has Young, Wild, and Free.
Yeah, Kiyun is scary right now. Young, Wild, and Free, so he's allowed to just play whatever board he wants. He doesn't have to full open. And he will still get that first chance to potentially get out there, grab a spat or a pan.
Yep. Definitely the player with the highest opportunities to just find an insta win here. I haven't seen a lot of people actually locked in so far. Taking a look at replay, he's going to go into full cell. He has the anima as well.
It's 2 chances for them on the carousel to be able to find the spat. If Riri is on the full loss and Kiyun has the Young, Wild, and Free, both be able to try and find it if it's on their side.
Taking a look at Spencer, this is probably the board with the least potential for like a big vertical to win out. Now, none of these are particularly strong verticals, I would say. And Sichu also doing the same thing, full open for the potential of anima. So the important things here are going to be the number 1, the spatula, super important, and number 2 would be the tears, which also build into the anima emblem.
You know, it has to be an advantage to NIP because some of their players are really used to playing fight for the golden spatula, and that's the entirety of what this game is, Clement. This is just a fight for the golden spatula right now.
It is. The name really writes itself.
It's this carousel is everything. I mean, there's plenty to discuss about these boards if we don't see this spatula, but this is the game coming down to this carousel right here, at least for who potentially can go first, right? There's still a lot you can do in 4v4 to try and send the rest of the team bottom 4, but are there spats?
Please no.
None.
Okay, no
0.
stats.
Entirely denied. So now you have to figure out how to play the game of TFT with your golem. At least for now. We'll still have stage 3, but gotta start to figure out a plan. What you're gonna do if you can't find a spatula.
This is the TFT I like to watch. Boots on the ground, playing tempo, every round matters. You know, we don't like that high variance stuff, and I just want to make a plea, but please make these 4v4 elimination matches BO5. I don't mind casting more, but like, oh, this is giving me a heart attack.
Yeah, to end a tournament life on a triple golem spawn. So far, though, like we've been saying, a lot of the variance has been avoided as far as like the cap outs, right? The game is not over. There's a lot to be done, but without the spatulas, Kiyun's, I don't love his golem. You know, I mean, the executioner feels a little bit dead when you're trying to go for the Street Demon or the Anima Squad. I guess like Street Demon with like a Rengar reroll, but it's very tough to play 3-cost reroll in 4v4. It's nearly impossible.
Yeah, it's incredibly hard. And taking a look at Xiaoqi with 100 HP right now, this is one of those very strong winouts on 14.4. You still have Static Shiv, and Boombot 6 was not nerfed. So this is Boombot at its best so far. Let's see if Dish Soap and Xiaoqi are going to face up against each other.
Wow. Dish Soap just getting 2 4-costs in a shop here straight away, has the +1 Syndicate and finds the Misfortune. It's kind of an interesting look. Not able to play 5 yet, but pretty soon if you can find the Braum. Yeah, I'm curious if he can actually do something with that. The rest of the Golem, though, it's like a Boombot angle. There's Techies and Vanguard, which is not... It doesn't have this beautiful synergy. I mean, the Techies Boombot works, right? Because you can just play it with the Fiddlesticks. But then he has that Syndicate +1 off the branching out. So it's a very unique board to have to cook from, where a lot of these emblems don't synergize that well.
He could just play full win streak into Boombots as well. That'll allow him to contest Xiaoqi. And Boombots is so strong on this patch. Definitely doable.
feels like that might be
Spencer-
the best out.
Yeah. Syndicate, unless you go to 7, there's not really that strong of a win out potential. Already on 5 poppies. This is going to be the AP Bruiser version of the poppy. No tears so far. And Leoldi probably has one of the worst golems, I would say. There's no clear direction on that whatsoever. I don't even think there's a unit that uses all 3 of these. Yeah, there's no
No,
unit.
there's nothing. I mean, I guess you either pick the +1 marksman to just play Vanguard marksman. And this also, I mean, this was also Boombot, right? So you could just try and play around that.
Yeah, it just feels so hard if you can't use anything. You tend to bleed out early. Kiyun with a good find on that brand.
Yeah, it looked like he was leaning towards Anima, and now he finds a brand, so maybe he swerves back towards Street Demon. Poppy 3, though, on 3-1. Rolled to 10. Nana really sent it to find this Poppy.
Look at his
he's got
items.
it.
He hit double tier on one
Oh, that's
PvE round.
crazy.
He had no tiers when we were looking at it. Wow.
Oh, Dish Soap versus Chao Chi trying to hold on to this full win streak. They didn't hit each other before neutrals, but now right away on 3-1. And wow, Dish Soap is just way stronger, it seems like.
Yeah, huge
Tank.
tank line advantage.
Big cow.
Big win for him, breaks the streak. The players that I think are the most nebulous are definitely Replay and Kiyun. I think everyone else has kind of found their path in the game. It's just about if those two can actually find those emblem +1s. That's going to be the most important thing. Okay, no +1 here for the potential Anima out. And we should check Kiyun.
Yeah, gotta see if anybody was able to find it.
All right.
Kiyun does
We're
not.
not going to be able to
Replication.
see his augment.
Replication here as well.
So it looks like everyone is
Oh,
settling
you're
into
routing.
standard TFT.
Yeah. Spencer playing around Slayers. Looks like we didn't find any plus traits. Spirit Link though for the Poppy. Spirit Link with 6
this-
Bastions can be very powerful.
Yeah. He's pretty far away from his Morganas. It should be stable on stage 3 as I say that.
Does get it. Backline for Dish Soap getting poked down by the Morgana. Actually does fall, but it should be enough. TF gets one more cast. So Dish Soap still holding strong in stage 3. He did roll to 0.
He used forward thinking. This is the perfect
forward
spot
thinking.
for the boom
Perfect.
bot.
I was like, what? Yeah, what's going on? 0 gold. That's good catch, Clement. That's perfect. And it's aligned with what we thought Dish Soap was going to play for. Right? Play just this high tempo and then go for the boom bots. It's a great way to get the gold, so he keeps the win streak for now.
Very good chance for him to just take away most of what Xiaoqi wants. Could try to deny him that Cho'Gath as well. Sichu now finally settling into a Dynamo line. So we have most of the lines already discovered. All 3 of the Anima players missed so far. I'm getting the Anima +2, so we're not going to get anything too crazy. No trains.
Yeah, I mean, if they can't find it, their boards are just kind of meh. I mean, it's like they're not doing a whole lot of exciting things. And so we're going to see a lot of these players starting to bleed out. And then we'll have the rise of the bots at the end. All the players who have these boombot outs potentially going to be able to scale up into the late game and be the ones vying for that first place spot. Another carousel, another miss for the spatulas.
Could be huge for replay. There is a Zed here. Sichu denies that from him. Doesn't want the Cypher player to get that. And taking a look at the other 4 cost. I don't think anyone is playing Zeri so far. Just a bit of gold.
Luli's just going to be the one who ends up grabbing it, but Not necessarily likely to play around that. I will say Kiyun was able to find the Zaya, and he was playing around the Anima side of his Golem. I think that is a really nice pickup there. Riri's finally going to get his artifacts.
All right, let's see when he pops this one. Oh, didn't realize Riri does not have Cypher in. Okay.
Yeah, he needed that Zed. Missed on Vi this entire time.
Much lower cap than he would have wanted. Bit unfortunate. He's sacked for 2 carousels, no extra spat, no Cypher. Replay is in a pretty precarious position.
Yeah, and on the other side, fighting up against Dishsoap. Dishsoap finally lost the win streak. It's like this would be pretty nice for Replay to maybe snap the loss. He doesn't even need the loss streak anymore with no Cypher, but he is going to lose this one. Nandita has now picked up a 6 win streak instead.
Yeah, playing with the 6 bastions there on his side. We can return to Dishsoap on 4-2. He finally gets his, not now, but like 4-2 when he gets his extra gold. And for Kiyun, I think he settled into the Anima side of the board, so we pretty much have all 8 boards decided at this point. This is going to be hard for Spencer, because Spencer is going for more of a 3-cost reroll angle. Sutra with a Dynamo.
Looking for the Slayers, because he did pick up the Slayer augment, just going for the build around. He has pretty good items for the Zed. Not perfect, but at least decent. It's like maybe the Shaco will swap to that, but he's still holding 6 copies of Shaco. Might just still be to swap it out. I mean, I think it does make sense for it just to swap over to Zed instead of actually re-rolling for the Shaco.
Yeah, he's really behind in tempo, so I don't think that Shaco is going to be sufficient come stage 4. Most likely he has to go for, like, in my mind, it's probably the 3-cost angle on that line. Replay finally does get the Cypher. No, it's not running it yet. Probably too late to run it, to be honest.
Yeah, he is
like
rich off the full streak, but...
Full 10 loss streak. This is going to be huge for him. He needs the level 8 roll down to work, or he's just in free fall.
All right,
Let's get it
Riri.
over for AMP.
Show us what you got.
All right, here we go. Oh!
Roar right away.
Annie fine.
Annie. Yeah, looks like going for Amp. Nico and Annie found.
With Annie 2, Nico 2.
I mean, he gets Zach in right away. But he's not finding the Annies. Spencer does hit Shaco 3, surprisingly. I agree with you that I'm not sure it's enough. This roll down from Replay does not feel like it's good enough either. The +1 strategist is nice, but not having Annie 2 or Nico 2 or even Yumi 2 to try and stabilize around 26 life, he's not gonna get a lot of fights. If he can find any wins, it's massive, but this is Ascension popping, doesn't get the extra Tibbers out. It's 1 unit loss, but it's still a loss. He's down to 2 lives. One more pickup here.
Is this the time you go for 1-2-5 for the Samira?
Maybe. Yeah, it is.
He does
in
go for
Pandora's
it.
bench, and you just roll it. Now Dish Soap gonna be going for a huge roll down, level 8 already with the going long. Need to get over to
You have
Dish
to watch
Soap.
this soap. Replay's just gambling there for his Zac 2. Let's see how Dish Soap can kind of stabilize his board.
I'm watching to see if he hits any 2 stars. I don't know how deep he's rolling. He's not.
Oh, okay. I think he's going straight 9.
Fast 9,
he has
yeah.
the
Play
HP.
Boombots. I think, yeah, I agree. I think he can do it. 86 gold. What is it? 4-5? Can he go?
Yeah, I think 4-5 is good enough. You still have to get the Zax in. That's kind of the cap for the composition. You don't want to go too late.
Yeah, Replay now has
taking a look.
back pair.
I think he's going to be able to stable against this board. No MF2, no front line. Sitree looking very dangerous as well. Overall, Ninjas in Pajamas still have the HP lead. Yeah, we don't see any Zac 2 from Replay. Oof, very dangerous. But I think Dissop has the best chance to win out. He has the clear angle to 9.
Makes sense. Replay though did roll into a Samira, so has 5 amp in. Looks like he's still rolling everything on the right side though. There's a Nico there. I'm curious if he will pull that Nico out and just roll for any, but I guess maybe he really wants to roll for any and he's considering rolling even Nico for it.
Yeah, at this point, you might have to do what you have to do. Itemize the Zac fully, is going up against Kiyun. Kiyun, I don't see any items on his backline, so this probably is an intentional sack.
Yeah, Kiyun has the life. He did have a really good early game.
Spencer and Dissop both lost, but Dissop is fine. There is another Samira. Replay already angling for it.
I mean, maybe Samira 2 is the bailout that can happen, but he doesn't have items that actually go there. I think overall, Kiyun has the life to sack for Replay, but 100 Thieves doesn't have the life as a whole in this game. I mean, we're looking at NIP's life totals. They have Nanda at 80, Chauchi at 73. I mean, we're looking at the bottom 4, and it's all pretty much 100 Thieves, right? Just Kiyun with the 54 life at the top, trying to have to tank for the team. But we know he's on Anima. He does not have a big cap-up potential, and he's going to be in free fall, but Zac 2 gets hit. That is a potential
Huge
bailout for Replay, especially because he's on Samira pair.
Yeah, this is absolutely massive. I think he should be able to stay alive until stage 5 and then get his Samira. So he's semi-stable. Dissop is the board we need to look. He just found his Garen, is most likely going to level 9.
Yep.
And we already saw the Vex 2, which is the Boombot direction here. A possible Boombot direction.
Rolled all the
he's
way
playing
down.
both Boombot.
Yeah, no Urgot found, but he does have 5 Syndicate, 4 Boombot in as the board. Vex 2, no items, still carrying a Kog'Maw. Runs into Replay. Not great to have to be fighting teammates, but at least Replay might be able to get this win here without dealing too much to Dissop. Still 4 unit loss.
I mean, if you want to distribute the losses, this is probably how you would do it. Nandada's comp is starting to slowly wane down. He is playing a 1-cost reroll. I do want to take a look at Sichu because he's 24 HP. Seems like the person in free fall. Is playing the Anima, but so far hasn't found the Aurora. This is looking pretty rough for him. No Leona 2 either.
Yeah, Aurora would be big. You get to replace a 1-cost 1-star, and you get 4 Dynamo in for your Dynamo Xayah. Would give a lot of extra damage. Gotta run into Spencer. Spencer not able to get the Senna yet. It looks like he might be still re-rolling it. I see extra copies on his bench and a lot of extra gold. Tried to stabilize around the 3-star Shaco, and it's not fully stable. Is gonna lose this.
That was really unfortunate. The Xayah hit right after Edge of Night falls off, and he loses extra HP in the fight. Spencer, honestly, his time is pretty much up. It's a behind the tempo Shaco. He's not going to be able to find those 3 stars in this lobby. I think it's basically impossible. So he's just trying to bleed out as gracefully as possible. I think for 100 Thieves, the clear answer here is just how far can Replay and Dissop get? These are the 2 win-out players. They have very little HP, but can they turn a corner?
Look at this from Dish. He finds Urgot, and then Garen hits the Boombot straight away.
Those are the victory conditions. He's level 9 as well. Lots of HP.
Rolling down, finds a Garen pair. Getting some good blobs for Zach. Gonna get the 6 Boombot in. Garen gets the upgrade. He's still holding on to this Boombot mod. Hasn't decided where to put it yet.
Yep, still seeing like if he's gonna get the Zach 2 luckily enough. Not really, so just holding on to it.
Annie 2
items
finally
being
for
taken out.
replay.
Huh, actually went for the 1-cost reroll on Xiaoqi's board. Very surprised about this. Kog'Maw actually very weak on 14.4.
Yeah, and no Urgot, so this can't be 6 Boombot yet. That's a big win for replay. Digital actually loses.
Huh? Loses to Sichu's board?
He must have found Aurora, right? There's no... Wow, no, even without the Aurora.
No
I'm
Leona
surprised
2.
This board is strong enough. I guess, I mean, Dynamo Xayah is like surprisingly powerful. It does quite a bit, but I still felt like Dish Soap should have been strong enough. Finally, we're getting the Boombot on Kabuko 2. Oh, no, it's on the Vex. On the Vex.
Wow, that might change things quite a bit. Just Sichu getting that extra lifeline is huge. Not even just the win over Dish Soap. Replay seems to have turned the corner now, though. So they can still come back.
All right, Dish versus the Amp board from NIP.
I don't think there's a Samira on the opposing board.
No, the LeBlanc is still in. Usually that signifies that you don't have it yet and you're playing that extra strategist. Post-fight, Tibbers does come out, but it looks like Dish will be able to get it. Spencer loses, but so does Shakuz.
Race to the bottom between these two players. Still no Leoa 2. Oh, Replay takes it. Nice. That's a really good defense. He actually just hit it off the Pandora's most likely.
Yeah, and he's denying it. I mean, he can start rolling it if he wants to try and find his Nico 2, but I guess holding it to deny is a lot more valuable.
Really good defense for him. Sichu's, he's going to need a teammate to save him. Most likely going to run into Xiaoqi or Nandada. So those two players, if they have Reforgers, they could try to keep him alive.
No, finds Kiyun. Kiyun only on Xayah 1 still.
But he does have the much stronger front line. Backline suddenly disappears with that Dynamo Xayah.
Yeah, the Aurora is still providing a lot of extra damage, and as you said, his front line is just so much better. Might be enough. One more cast. It's close. No! That Xayah cast holds on as Dish Soap takes another loss.
The HP gain from the Hextech Gunblade keeps everyone alive.
+1 rapid fire, +1 syndicate on this. We do get emblems, but not the ones that would close out this game.
We have 3 players on 1 life, 2 of them from NIP. It's stage 5, so the minimum amount of damage you can take is 11.
Ooh, this blue buff could be a pretty big bailout for Dish Soap. The Vex has the Boombot latch to it, so by increasing her output significantly, you're just going to increase it even more so. It's going to compound a lot with the 6 Boombot. Doesn't get
6
another
players
Boombot mod.
below 20 HP, 3 players on only 1 lifeline. Dish Soap actually looks very strong, even though he doesn't have the HP. Sutri stuck on level 8, and no Leona 2 with Replay griefing him. I think Sutri
never finds Boombot 6 here.
Yeah, no Urgot. Very questionable about the line that he took.
Nandita versus Dish. How strong is this Poppy?
Nandita not really on the right spot. Not being able to target the backline here.
Yeah, but the Poppy is completely unfocused as well. She's pushing through. She's still full HP.
Good stun.
Damage enough. She's just healing way too much. The front line, though, does hold on. That Kabuko, so powerful. Dish Soap lives. Xiaoqi goes down. NIP take the 8th.
Kiyun, is he going to stay alive in this one?
He's got it. Oh, replay may be able to sack for him there?
I think so. Replay definitely has the stronger board in my mind with how far his Zac has been,
Yeah, he's going. Items on the side.
Very good play for them. They could send NIP 7 and 8th. Sichu is also incredibly weak. It's just a miracle that he's able to survive till now. We have to take a look at Lioli. Lioli's board. He is also playing the strategist Amp, but he has one of the worst golems in the game. So I don't expect this board to win out. I don't see any strong boards on NIP anymore.
Was sacking for Kyun worth it though? Replay has Dish Soap in his pool, but he doesn't hit him. Instead, he finds Luli. This is the battle of the Amp boards.
Replay should be far stronger.
Yeah, it feels like with these big support items, the artifacts, the Zac being fully online, Replay staying alive is so worth it, and they send NIP 6, 7, and 8, and 100 Thieves bounce back, tying up the series 1-1.
Whew. It was really close on the start of stage 4, but they all managed to turn the corner. I think this is something that NIP tries to do a lot of their matches, which is they try to out-tempo their opponents with one-cost compositions. We saw the Kog'Maw and also the Bastion Morgana coming out. A lot of resources invested early on. 100 Thieves able to hold on, turn the corner, especially with Replay. Huge find on that early Zac too.
I mean, you look at the HP totals, and this was played down to the wire. Razor's edge between these two teams. Almost every player on 100 Thieves on 1 life. Kyun sort of has 2, if he's fortunate in the loss.
I'm just glad that we get another chance to watch high-level 4v4. This is what the game is all about. You know, making close calls, slowing down the tempo together, saying that, hey, they're all inning early. Spencer, you hold on. You try to grief their Leonas as much as possible. You don't need a high cap. You don't need a reroll.
And now we just have
Now
the victory march.
Game 3.
Let's see who has the strongest board in this one, I guess. It's just a game 3 upcoming between these two. 100 Thieves. One last chance. NIP also fighting for their spot.
Replay gonna go down, but his job is done. Or is he? Oh, never mind.
Just open Spencer can fall there. None of this board going crazy. Not on a historic run for NIP. He won the last 3 games, and now has the potential to actually get another first, even though his team not able to win this one.
Yeah, he's looking for the Jin 3. Doesn't find it just yet. It would be hilarious if Nandera somehow wins 4 games in a row. I don't think I've ever seen a player be able to do that in a 4v4 scenario.
Is this 4 Dynamo, 6 Bastion put together? A lot of power on this board, but hard to say if it's enough to actually win. I think Replay has to be the one with the strongest board. Kyun Xayah just sniped the Samira though, and actually might take him out. His Anima board, surprisingly powerful. Yeah, Kyun takes out Replay.
Okay, now it's just to see if Nandita can go 4 in a row. The battle for the potential MVP statistics.
Jin 3?
He does get Jin 3.
And this guy coming off a Tactician's Crown performance as well. You know, you talk about him being from Fight to the Golden Spatula, but yet he keeps showing up time and time again. Absolute rock for this NIP squad.
Also taking button mashing. You know,
I know, it's crazy.
a lot of times I actually feel like just the normal Poppy's better because it actually has the backline snipe and also acts as the front line. The AP Bruisen version, a little bit more dicey.
Let's see if the Poppy can tank the Xayah for the whole time, because this positioning is a little rough. But it looks like she's tanking it up.
Through 2 ults.
Yeah, she lives forever. Jin now gets 1 more cast. Ooh. It's very close. Hit another carousel.
Still probably on 1 life. Is missing just that Jax 1. I think that's his final upgrade. Jax 3. Oh, Nandito doesn't care about the records. He's just thinking about the next game.
Oh,
I
absolutely.
respect that.
One more fight, maybe 2. I'm surprised Keen's board ended up just this strong. I think Anima oftentimes on this patch would fall off, but I think just a combination of the augments and the plus ones. I mean, we see his trait web and it's just like 7 pages long. Imagine this guy had bronze for life.
Yeah, it would have been a lot of fun.
Bulk with the replication.
Leona.
So much beef.
Was protecting the Xayah very well. Button mashing goes down.
It's like he... Oh, the cast from MF1. Actually enough. Nan did a 4th burst in a row. Not enough to win this for his team. 100 Thieves did send 3 NIP members in the bot 4. So 100 Thieves do tie the series up. And now we just have a classic best of 1, Clement. This is 1 game to decide which of these teams advances to phase 2, has a shot at EWC, and which one goes home right now.
I just hope we get a nice normal game. No more of these high variance encounters. Just give me an Annie, 3 gold augments, and then call it a day. Fair and
Re-emblem Golem again it is. Thanks, Clement. We're going to head to a break, but when we come back, we'll have the conclusion of day 2. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you in just a minute. Welcome back to day 2 of the TFT Global Qualifiers on the road to EWC. I'm Casanova, joined by Clement, and our series is tied up here. 100 Thieves versus NIP. 1 game to go. Winner makes it to phase 2 of this tournament. Loser goes home.
Absolutely closest series you could have asked for. That was a thriller from start to finish in game 2. We saw Replay sacking early, looking for the spatulas, doing the same thing on Kiyun's side. They lost a lot of HP, but were able to come back in the end, turn the corner to make it to match 3.
Yeah, and we also have an update. ROC was able to complete the 2-0 over Team Kurumek, so we do say goodbye to Kurum, Greya, Pocky, and T-Lides. They will not be making it to EWC this year, but ROC will have a chance tomorrow to lock in the spot. 3 out of the 4 teams that make it to tomorrow will make it to EWC. And so that is the big prize, is make it to that last day. Then you just have to win 1 set.
Salute to Greg. They really had a great run. I think their roster, the side of the bracket, was very difficult to deal with. And at the same time, congratulations to ROC. Panda, Sanyup might be able to make it a 2-peat. Also running with a multilingual team. It's very impressive stuff.
Yeah, it's crazy that they've been able to put this together once again. And I mean, it's going to be a tough road tomorrow as well. I think they'll definitely be going in an underdog kind of regardless. But I still think the fact that you make it that far, you just have to win 1 series. You just have to be better 1 time, win 1 best of 3. Whether you need the variance or not, it can happen. And so we've seen crazier things. And so that is a big win for ROC to make it to that day. And I mean, that's the thing we're talking about now. 100 Thieves, Ninjas in Pajamas, 1-1. It is 1 game left. There are so many things that can go wrong for those teams, but so many things that can go right. And at the end of the day, it comes down to how can the team play work to mitigate some of this randomness that can occur within the game. How can you mitigate it the best? How can you set up your team to just outplace ever so slightly over your opponent?
So we had a couple of crazy games that kind of thrown both teams, I think, off of their normal game plan. But if we go back to it, for 100 Thieves, Spencer is usually the kind of scrapper, and they usually play 1 Amp player plus 1 Bastion Morgana player. The other 2 just try to get as much HP preservation as possible. On the other side for NIP, they run a lot of very different strategies. We've seen them trying to basically bum rush their opponents with a lot of 1-cost rerolls. And of course, the biggest thing to note is that Nanda is an absolute beast. He's already won 4 games back to back to back. So can 100 Thieves survive the onslaught without having that tiebreaker advantage? Is going to be a big thing to look at.
Yeah, I mean, this is the time where they need to snap that streak for Nandita if 100 Thieves wants to win. I mean, winning the game when your opponent takes first is actually very hard in 4v4 because it's the tiebreaker. And so if Nandita is just locking in the first place again and again and again, that makes it an uphill battle for 100 Thieves. They were able to get the win in this last matchup, even with Nandita grabbing first, but that is tough to come by. And so we'll see if they can find the win out. Dish Soap has found it so many times for this team. So has Spencer. And we'll see if any of them can make it happen once more. But we're jumping in to this game. We'll get some extra gold for everyone. Usually it's not going to be too much. We've mostly seen it cash out immediately every single time that we've had this encounter.
And finally, we get a nice, chill game. No chances to end the game on 2-1. I think in both of the previous games, we kind of knew there was a possibility that we'd go one way or the other by stage 2 because of the early augments, because of all the +2s possible. This time around, it's going to be chill. I think both teams are going to move back into their normal strategies.
All right, looking at the early holds, the classic, you hold the Gorilla, you hold the Morgana, and you hold the Bastions. Looking for Cypher as well. We see only Vi here. Looking to see if there's any of the 3 costs that get dropped. That's going to be the big look to see if anybody has a really good Cypher angle.
Yeah, Replay does seem the closest here. Already has 3 pairs on his bench. Doesn't manage to get any of the other ones. And talking about some of the 1-cost rerollers, Spencer has been the one to go for 1-cost rerollers the most on 100 Thieves. They basically stick him onto this sort of contest the Morgana duty. It happens very often in 14.4, and we've all seen that, especially in this patch, if you get a Bastion emblem, that is a win-out comp. Very rare for a 1-cost reroll.
Yeah, doesn't feel like that'll change, as we did see Spencer pick up that Morgana 2. His items were conducive to play around it, even though he didn't have a tier yet. We are going to get silvers once again. Keeping things low variance for now, Clement. I know this is what you were asking for.
Really lets the team shine with their strategy. Nandada could be picking up a LeBlanc here directly from shop. Let's see what he picks. It's already on 2 Cypher. Probably coordinating with his teammates.
Expandoris.
Oh boy.
Said low
bench.
variance, but here we go.
It really scares me because this is exactly how Volta and QAD were able to beat 100 Thieves. Volta, you know, it's so surprising to us because in single, he's known as, in the eye test, a very slow, methodical player, but he's very, very lucky, especially with Pandora's bench. So that's been kind of his go-to. It's already happened before. Seems like NIP is trying to steal some of that magic.
Like, Kiyun is... Oh no, Kiyun's not with the prep. I was looking to see if he was going to hold on to some of those bastions, but I do think Spencer is the one who is playing in that direction.
We do have one branching out. I think it was Kiyun with the Anima. And just looking at the rest of the board, good hits here. Does find the tier for Spencer.
Kiyun on Young, Wild, and
sorry.
Free, so it must have been... Yeah, I'm curious which board it was. We'll catch it at some point here. There's prep for Shaoqi. Pandora's items. Replay has the Anima. All right.
Anima on this patch, it's still mainly AP focused item selection, and you try to play a little bit more towards the Dynamo rather than the physical side of things on 14.5. Not as strong of a composition, but if you find the right stop for it.
It's also just preferable to play from win streak. You really, it kind of caps out, doesn't scale that well into the late game unless there are some kind of extenuating circumstances, and so replay not having an insane amount of tempo with the emblem right now, a little concerning for me, but surely he'll kind of find that stride where he gets, you know, 5 and 7 together, and he starts to find a big win streak in the middle of the game.
Yeah, Sichu going on to the ANP route is going win streak ANP, one of the best ways to play the game, and honestly, probably the best way that 100 Thieves has won their series as well. What they do is Dissoap just goes very, very high HP, as Dissoap is probably the best tempo player ever, and he transfers that directly into an AMP line.
So Spencer actually not looking like he's actually re-rolling that Morgana. We saw the slams of Shojin and Morello, and just playing around the Morgana for tempo. A little surprising. Felt like usually, I mean, as you've been saying, right, he does end up playing the Morgana line very frequently.
Does look like Shaoqi is going to be the one going for that direction, holding on to 3 Morganas. So making sure that he gets the lost streak in, not 2-starring it. And big win here for Sichu as he breaks Dissoap's streak. 3 cost here on the board. That's going to be huge for Shaoqi, but Kiyun could deny it.
Yeah, I think
Kiyun's
he's considering it, but he didn't. Yeah, I'm a little surprised. I thought he was going to take that away, but maybe he really needs
2
the
tiers.
sword. There are 2 tiers.
Yeah, so he's like, well, might as well play for myself. A little bit unfortunate for him. Dissoap is going to find the Zyra 2-star and Sichu with the bow. First injection of gold. I'd probably just take the 4 gold, to be honest, but this is a time where you can kind of talk with your teammates. If you all want the 4 gold, then you can pick together.
Philip denied me all whimsy of these choices. I was talking to Philip from Z10, and basically in 4v4 it's deterministic, because you can just decide what is optimal for both teams to select, and it doesn't make sense to go against that ever. So
Seems like both teams just sent one player to split, make sure nobody runs away with it, and everyone's just happy with the rest of them.
2 players get 5, everyone else gets 4.
Sichu still most likely to win this one. This is one of the best AMP openings. You find the Nitro early, gives you an extra unit to go along with it, some stuns. I don't really see a board that is as strong as Sichu's board at this point. Spencer also on a 4 streak, so this is the most likely candidate to break it.
Yeah, we'll see if they match up. That is going to be the big fight. Who can keep the 100 streak for this game?
I'm getting the jitters again because Nandede on Cypher with Pandora's. Is he really going to go 5 in a row?
Ooh, he has a Vi in the shop. Okay. I saw him sell Vi and I was like, oh, that's interesting. When you have Cypher to not want to play it, but I think he will pick that up. Spencer does have Chichu's in his pool. Does find Kiyun though. Could have 2 full win streakers.
Yep. Spencer going to take this one for sure. Let's take a look at Sichu's board. If he can secure that fight. Going up against a very strong Anima board with lots of upgrades, but still not enough for re-replay. He's not level 5.
Yeah, re-replay being level 4 is a big difference here. Not even potential of having Anima 5 in, which would still be unlikely at level 5.
I do want to check on Xiaoqi. I think he kept his 5 loss streak as well.
Xiaoqi, 5 loss. Luli, probably also 5 loss, 74 HP. NIP once
really
again
good RNG.
coming out ahead on the streaks on stage 2.
That's huge for the lost streakers to not need to run into each other. You get the extra +2 on the PvE round. A little bit of tempo advantage for them, I would say. But still not clear where Lily is actually going. He's building like an AMP board, but I wonder if that's his destination when Sichu is also going in that direction.
He could Techies reroll still. He's holding 5 Mundo.
This is huge for Nandede because he's getting extra space for the Cypher. 94 HP, could be a 4-3.
Yeah.
Build from him. Huh.
He sold his Cypher units. So not even holding the potential of playing Cypher.
Yeah.
And now he rolled once and rebought Galio? I'm a bit confused, Clement.
I'm not sure what he's playing for. He's building physical damage, but on this patch, there's very few playable bruisers. Rengar isn't really a comp, and I don't see artifacts that would support Neferi, so very interested to see where he ends up.
Spencer's still holding the streak as we get our next augment selection. First was silver. We get gold this time around.
Yeah, Replay is probably the one that has the biggest outcap potential. There is a chance for him to just hit double Anima +1s. Snowball from there. Doesn't look like he finds any. Oh, this is Sichu's board, sorry.
Bit harder as well with the 2 Anima +1s having to actually go to level 10.
True.
Still possible, of course. Just a lot harder to get there.
Spencer with 3 full items to slam. Most likely can continue.
Okay,
Wow,
so
what is-
Nanado's upgraded the Vigart and an Echo. He's rerolling Neferi. That is what he's doing, I believe. He's just trying to roll them to try and find it. But what is I'm trying to think of the reason. Like, what is the cause? What is he seeing in his spot that is kind of opening up this door to go Neferi reroll?
We know it's not Pulse first item. If it's Pulse, then you can kind of explain it. But I don't think just like a raw Neferi is going to get him that far. It's also not a great tempo play since everyone has 10 extra HP. We see Spencer finally gets his... Sichu finally gets his streak broken.
He has 0 gold. 3-3. 5 Nefiris. He's rolled down everything to get this Pandora's bench set up.
This is some 4v4 dark technologies coming in. I've never seen this so far.
I don't understand it, and I'm scared and nervous because maybe he has some dark tech here that is actually good, and this will all come together. But I'm not convinced. I'm not sold. It feels like you're betting everything on your Pandora's bench.
Yeah, I think it's such a hard lobby to pull off tempo as well. A lot of players are, you know, kind of just sitting on pretty unupgraded boards at this point. I felt like a Cypher play would have matched the tempo of the lobby a lot better.
Did I get baited by going long again, or did he actually roll to 0?
No, he actually went to 0. He actually.
Okay, that's what I thought. I thought the going long was elsewhere.
And the
Forward thinking, right?
Yeah. There is a forward thinking, but it's on replay.
Right, yeah.
Big find here for Leona if he gets it. Billy potentially playing deny here.
Yeah, not gonna let Riri have it.
Riri just gonna go for a sword. And what does Nanda even go for? Wow, what is this play?
He grabs glove. I mean, this is the most interesting story of this this game right now. Is where is Nanda going? What is happening here? Got the splits again. I mean, I guess it is just Nefiri. I guess there's really not much else to say about it. It's Nefiri trying to find a Sejuani with the Zed reroll. Try and get the 5 Exotech in. Maybe it's Pulse on 5th Exotech.
I've never heard of that line. 5
neither.
Exotech just to play Nefiri?
Yeah,
that's crazy.
I'm just trying to I'm trying to make a reason.
Wow, opting out of Cypher to play this. Huh. And he's not even pairing it with Nitro, you know? Sometimes you play Nitro with the Pandoras, I can kind of understand it. I just don't see how this works out.
Kiyun has Cypher in as well. It looks like just a mini cash out. I mean, it's not that small. It's like reasonable. It's gonna be like what, 150 at 3-7 potentially here.
Yeah, he's just he already has a lot of the rapid fire items. Oh. Holding a lot on his bench as well.
Yeah.
I wonder if he sells some of that.
Let's maybe check in with Kiyun here and just see what his cash out is on 3-7 as well. And see what he's doing with this bench. None of these are exactly like units that are being held from people except for this Nefiri. They don't... I mean, I guess he's holding Vanguards. And then I suppose maybe there is a Poppy reroll happening.
Yeah, very interesting. I still feel like this is just classic Cypher. Kind of go into rapid fire. Yeah, he's already locked into physical build. So he's probably keeping some of these units as potential Vanguard marksman pathways. Meanwhile, Riri play with a really good find. You want to play a lot of defensive items with Anima. Keep that Leona alive. And we have to check in Bill Lee. He's already on 31 HP.
Yeah, falling very low. Kiyun's gonna get that Cypher cash out here, and then Blue Lee has to be the focus. That roll down has to be coming soon to try and stabilize. Negatron and 4 gold, all right. I mean, nothing big. Blue Lee just now hitting level 6. What is this?
Oh, forward thinking.
Oh,
Okay, he's
yeah,
just
okay.
playing ANP.
Okay. Yeah, this is okay. So we just need to stick around for this reroll. This is
It's gonna be on 4-2, so
gonna be a massive
bit.
4-2 roll down.
One ANP locked in. Not sure what Spencer was playing in the end. He had a Vigar itemized up. Could be just trying to contest. Sichu already on level 8, so he's probably starting his role right this moment.
Yeah, we should check in there.
Sichu, 6 HP.
Here he goes. He's sending it down.
Okay, so this is just a Vexotech board. He skips over the Nico. So this is one of the lines that Nandada actually won twice on. And it seems like a very Eastern favored line. We didn't see this a lot from the Americas team, but both Zeta and NIP played this a lot.
Yeah, finds the pair of Vexes. Able to get a good start for that composition. Nandada still not hitting the Nefiris, but rolling the 2-star 2 costs and has 6 copies. He's been winning fights. I mean, he's at 88 life. He's still maintained a lot of HP through stage 3.
Tempo Nefiri for the win. He's intentionally sacking as well, holding items on his bench, so Lioli can recuperate a bit of HP. And here is the Lioli roll down.
Yeah. Trying to pick his augment quickly, so he has time for this. Trait tracker cash out as well here for Kiyun.
Looking at his board.
Roll down. An MF. There's a pair of MFs.
Anima with Trait Tracker. Oh no, he sells Zaya.
Pair of MFs. Divinicore in. Playing around. I mean, this is also kind of a Vexotech board for now. Or at least Exotech with MF.
Exotech is the easiest one to play with Trait Tracker, for sure. But looking at it, Strategist, Golden Ox, these are not the ones that really give you a lot of power. Neither does the Techie work out for you that well. So I would say it's a very mid cash out coming in from him.
Yeah, still trying to slam a little bit against Dish Soap here. He's still going to lose a lot of life.
Dish with cloning facility and the Aurora already in a very strong spot. There's multiple 5 costs.
Luli also losing down to 21 HP. His forward thinking roll down came through and he got the board.
No Samira. And I don't think Xiaoqi's ever been very strong. It looks like NIP just wanted to push for tempo, but I don't think they ever had the roll down luck to do it. And look at this, like he's been sitting on 6 Nefiris forever.
And it was 5 Exotech pulls. That was exactly it. But I'm with you, Clement. I have not really seen that be a condition to kind of commit to the Nefiri reroll. And I mean, you could say low rolling Pandora's bench, but Pandora's bench is a huge gamble when you're doing it for 1 or 2 costs. There's so many options in the pool. The odds of you hitting are actually not that high.
I'm looking across these boards and there's no win out player on the NIP's side of the board. There's a Vexotech on Sichu. Lioli is kind of low rolling at this point.
Yeah, because it's level 9. That's the thing. Like this board, I thought he was on level 8 because I looked at the board and I was like, that's a pretty good level 8 stabilize. But it's level 9 and no Samira. That makes it a lot worse. It's a lot tougher.
If Lioli doesn't turn the corner and win this lobby, I don't see how NIP wins. They have a lot of players that are going for tempo plays and it's not working out. Nandada's already 51 HP on trying to go for Neferi 3. We have Xiaoqi, also 55 HP. Morgana, he's already starting to fall off.
I mean, yeah, you even just look at the levels, right? Every member of 100 Thieves at level 8. You still have Nandada at level 7 because he was stuck there rolling for the 2 costs earlier on. And Xiaoqi at level 6. Playing the low cost rerolls.
If Lioli doesn't turn the corner, I think NIP just don't have a winning condition.
No, yeah, you're absolutely right. It has to be this amp board.
These boards are so strong from 100 Thieves. They're much more solid
perfectly built 4-cost macro builds. And I feel like NIP just kind of jumped the gun on trying to play tempo.
Yeah, even Kiyun has found some upgrades at this point. Getting the Misfortune online. Needs some frontline upgrades to hold on, but still he might be powerful enough to deal with some of these NIP boards at this point. Or Dynamo in.
There's the Samira. I believe this is Leo Lee.
It is, yeah.
70 stacks on the Zac, and I think that's a Zac too. Or Nico, sorry.
Yeah, Nico too, but it is plenty, right? It's just the Misfortune left, trying to get the damage out. Does get a couple extra kills, so that's going to save Kiyun some life and does keep him at 2 lives. But if we look at the wins across the board, 3 NIP losses to the 300 Thieves players. Matchmaking doing good work for 100 Thieves there. Kiyun the only one to take the loss.
Yeah, even if Lily does secure the win in the end, it's looking very, very grim. Their first job has to be sending Kiyun to 8th spot, but I don't think they have the power to do it. Look at this. This is Pandora's bench for a Nefiri that never comes, and a roll down to less than 10 gold on 3-2. This is kind of crazy how much risk they took.
Yeah, Kiyun finally finds
the
frontline. Yeah,
Gangley was pushing Nefiri this entire time, but even Gangley doesn't play this build.
I don't know that he's going to be happy if this is the result of the Nefiri line. I think he wants to be proven right that it's good and that it works. And I mean, of course, this is not the best showing because the Nefiri is never found, right? You don't get to see what the 3-star Nefiri would do. But once again, 3 losses for NIP.
I don't see how they dig themselves out of this at this point. Like, I think Lily's fine, but Sichu is probably the most important board. The way that Sichu has played, or NIP has played the Vexo board, is that they try to go for Varus 3 as their win out condition, and it has worked in the past for them.
I mean, even Spencer here with the Amp board not having the upgrades, but has all the units that are necessary. Has the pairs as well, so he just has to find a couple extras. And there's the Annie too for Spencer.
Sichu is so far away.
Blue Lee finds Zac
He's probably
too.
stable.
I actually think 100 Thieves can even sack for Kiyun. Just because they're sending, you know, Nandita, Xiaoqi straight towards the bottom.
Alright, Lily trying to sack.
Not too aggressively though, just not slamming the strategist. It's the only thing not slammed in right now, but there's no removers. Lily doesn't really have much of a choice. Nandita gonna take a huge hit once again. Down to 1 life. Kiyun finds another win. 100 Thieves with a massive HP lead. Basically double, not more than double actually, the HP of NIP.
Bro, I don't think Nefiri's happening. Can we just skip the Nefiri? And schematically, NIP are contesting amongst themselves very, very heavily for the Sejuani. Like, there's 3 comps on their boards that want the Sejuani. So, I just feel like the game plan here is very weird from them. While on 100 Thieves, it's much more easier to understand. You got your Dynamo boards, you got one win out trade tracker. Spencer just doing Spencer things.
Yeah, replay level 9 with the Anima squad. Able to run over this board as well. Nandita just gonna go down. There's the 8th for NIP. Kiyun also potentially gonna find the win. Fighting Morgana, 1 more cast from the MF. And Kiyun still staying alive, keeping his 2 lives available. NIP still on the free fall.
3 more losses for NIP. It doesn't look like they have a win-out player at all. Xiaoqi says, wait guys, I have Jax 3. That's the answer. Let's go.
That'll surely get there.
And look at this. This is the Varus 3 angle, but like he needed to wait until Lioli dropped Nandita dropped out, because Nandita also had a Varus. It was just like the schematics of the compositions that they want to run. They contest each other so much.
Yeah.
Very weird angle.
So much exotech between them. And, you know, Kyun has the Sedge 2 as well, just denying from them.
It's a great find. Look at Spencer's board as well. Spencer's holding on to 2 Sejuanis. It's like, oh, 3 players are NIP, want Sejuanis. What should I do?
Yeah, gets the sack for Kyun as well. Another member of NIP down to a single life. Chichu's in a very tough spot. Does get the first pick, but I don't think there's anything that bails this spot out. Lili probably can play for first, but I just don't see a good spot for them to actually find the placements necessary to support that.
Yeah, neither do I. I think this is kind of a victory lap here for 100 Thieves. They braved through the variants in Game 1 and Game 2 and found themselves on equal footing here. I think NIP tried to run some very secret special dark technologies with a lot of rushing on tempo. It still didn't work out for them. Schematically, their comps are really weird to see, and just great denies by Kyun and Spencer.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, this just looks like solid fundamental TFT from 100 Thieves, and their boards are just better. And so they're winning. And yes, there are some denies. The big denies of the Sejuani. This just looks like classic TFT, though.
You know, I salute Sichu still trying to get those Zac. He's like, just wait until I get level 9. Bros, I got this. But he's so far off from the Varus 3. Has to sell his Varus 3 to try to find a Sejuani. I don't think he's going to be able to do it. Most likely 7-8 angle. And that just means everything on Xiaoqi and Lioli to carry them 1-2.
Yeah, let's see if replay is strong enough. I feel like he should be level 9 for a while on the pair of Renekton's, pair of Zacs. So much power on this Anima board.
There goes Sichu.
7-8 for NIP. Kyun does take a loss, but he had 2 lives.
It's been a while since we've seen Xiaoqi's board, so we have to check for that Renekton 2 and that Sejuani 2. That's kind of the... because now they have to go 1-2, so those are the main indicators. He's very far from both.
Yeah, I mean, he's fully prepped. The augments are decent, you know. Unending Despair, pretty good on Poppy. But this is not a board that looks like it can hold on to a second place in this lobby. Lu Li, on the other hand, I mean, I feel like he is going to go first. This Zac is so stacked. It's Zac 2, Samira 2 in the shop. I do feel like this is by far the strongest board, and it's just a matter of, is it even possible for Xiaoqi to find the second? And I'm not seeing the line.
Yeah, neither am I. Lioli goes up against Spencer, the Imitator. Basically tries to make sure the win-out player on the opposing team doesn't have a great day. He's going to win that one. But on the other hand, let's see. Xiaoqi does drop to 8 HP. So that means that if Lioli matches up against Xiaoqi, the series is over.
Yeah, you'd have to sack for Xiaoqi one time, but then the HP totals from 100 Thieves should be enough to make them face each other again before the end of the game.
Absolutely. It was just such a slim win con here. And I don't think Xiaoqi even gets the Renekton 2, Sejuani 2. He's going to be able to beat these boards from 100 Thieves. Replay, play this one, I think perfectly, you know, like great tempo play. There's a chance that he's forcing players to deny the additional emblems. There's a lot of pressure being presented. Ooh. Xiaoqi has to go for some more desperation play. Archangels is the answer. We're going to save it.
Yes.
But he's fighting Lioli, potentially.
Runs into a ghost. Every replay. 100 Thieves really like to make their fans sweat.
Oh, I'm sweating all over.
Because back against the wall once again, and they do find a way, seems to advance in this tournament. As we do have the final nail in the coffin. Chao-Chi does go down, bottom 4. That'll do it. 100 Thieves are advancing to stage 2. And they just have to win one more series to punch their ticket to EWC.
They're not out of the woods yet, but remember tomorrow's series, there's a 75% chance that you make it out. 3 teams will make it out of the 4. We see Lioli already throwing up the white flag. He knows that the game is effectively over, decides to sell his entire board and just leave it up for 100 Thieves to have their victory lap.
Huge for this 100 Thieves team. I think anything less than qualification would be classified as a failure for this squad. You look at what they put together. 3 world championship titles, 2 of them from Dish Soap, 1 from Replay in our top 2 of this game. Spencer been on a tear the last few sets. Hiyun constantly been considered a rock in 4v4. A lot of players really respect his gameplay in this format, so bringing him together with the talent from the single player that they've got here, and he's just been a historic player as well within the Americas. 100 Thieves, this is a team we looked at, we thought they'd make it through the Americas qualifier. They didn't, and they still haven't had the performance we fully expect out of them coming here in the global qualifier. They're sneaking in to that phase 2, and we have to see if they can actually do it and punch their ticket to EWC. They got to win one more.
America's sighs a breath of relief. They will have still 1 candidate left into the bracket as GRG falls down. We're taking a look at the brackets overall. Tomorrow, it's going to be Maus versus ROC Esports, the German team versus the Korean and Filipino squad in one side of the bracket. Whoever wins just moves on.
Yeah, they've qualified via that side. On this side, it is Al Qadsiya Esports and 100 Thieves that have made it. Though, Clement, they should swap around and play the reverse on each side. 100 Thieves should play the number 1 seed from the other side. And Al Qadsiya should play the number 2 seed from Group A to start things off. But of course, these are the 4 teams that have made it. Even if they lose their first round, they won't be kicked out immediately, as we see 100 Thieves versus Maus and ROC versus Al Qadsiya. If you lose, you go into the 3rd place decider. So it really is, you need to win 1 set. You just can't 0-2, and you get to make it to EWC. 3 out of our 4 teams will make it tomorrow, but a tragedy for the one who doesn't. These teams have fought very hard to get to where they are. Even having a decent showing in their regional qualifier to make it to this last chance and pushing all the way to the limit. This is where the heartbreaks are made, is when you make it this far and it's not enough. So we'll see which 3 teams we get to celebrate tomorrow. That is going to be very exciting. I mean, immediately 100 Thieves versus Maus. What an incredible matchup that we're going to have to witness.
Yeah, there's a lot of heavyweights on those 2 rosters here. Maus, of course, individually haven't been as accomplished, but if you look at Salvi, Sologasang, they're huge pillars of the community here, and I really want to see them do well. Maus, a local organization supporting a local team. That's always a great story to see. And on the other hand, Al Qadsiya, I think, is the biggest dark horse.
And they're incredible.
From nowhere.
Yeah.
They're the story of Volta. Nobody ever looks at Volta's game and goes like, you know what? He's going to be the favorite for EMEA. But he usually is. And once again in 4v4, he's proving his worth.
That team is incredible to watch. I'm excited for our matches tomorrow. Tomorrow is the final day of this. We will get to send 3 teams to the EWC. You're not going to want to miss tomorrow. Make sure to tune in, and we will see you there. Thanks so much for watching. We'll catch you tomorrow.